We're playing this because I'm tired of waiting for this. And because I've seen enough people also be tired of waiting for this. Yeah, it does have a cool little filter effect to it.
It's time for Doom.
It's time for the Doomtonia experiment.
The Doomtonia experiment. What are you playing?
I'm playing something that should have been released like 2 years
Oh,
ago.
oh. Are you actually just gonna play through all of it except for map 26?
I'm just gonna play through it because I feel like playing through it. I saw somebody asking about
But
it.
like, then I'm gonna fucking say, I don't.
Well, that's your fault. That's Marchaic's fault, actually.
I was gonna say that's not my fault. I want surprises.
It's okay. By the time it actually comes
You
out,
could have
all
played
this
the
would have changed.
DBK
I could have played the DBK. It was
instead of
preceding,
spoiling.
so I felt like playing a true Christmas present.
To yourself and the audience. You're taunting.
I'm taunting, yeah, exactly.
Oh my god. Guys. I like co-streaming, but also I want this to be a surprise when it releases. But my god, Cyrus.
Alright, I'm back. That's probably that's probably Archaic calling.
I was in the middle of attempting to look into booking a COVID test. Not a test, god fucking damn it.
Booster shot?
Yeah. I might be doing a walk-in instead. Varies on ease. Yes, I have my NHS number website. What is my NHS number? It's a number. It's number. I didn't put that into any fucking... Yeah, I should have got my booster a while back, but funny ADHD brain, funny don't get things done. Okay, let's type the numbers into the actual correct box now. Okay.
Imagine typing numbers into a box ever in your life.
Man.
This has been map 1 since, when did Going Down come out?
Let me find out for you. 2014.
This has been map 1 since 2015.
Okay, yeah, no, cool.
I don't like the amount of things that are just, like, perpetually done for TNT. Like, I'm not joking when I say it is map 26.
This looks so cool.
It's been so long since I've played most of this, like I actually forget where secrets are and stuff, so we're at that level. Although I think I remember there being something out of those windows if I jump out.
Apparently I have like a fucking 2018/2017 dated version of TNT 2 on my PC, but I haven't played because I wanted to keep it a fun surprise. Because I feel like there was a bunch of testing of map 31 at some stage.
Yeah, the Roman map, yeah. That's that rock launcher out there.
It was that or 32, one of the secret maps. Was 32 the Egyptian one?
32's the it's a float ran map. It's like Neo Tech Egypt.
Yeah, okay, it was 32 then. You can now book an appointment. Yes, please. I have no access needs. Just let me go to the one place nearest me, please. Next available date, Friday 31st.
By the way, Grime and Punishment is an A+ map now.
Fuck it, I'm gonna do a walk-in tomorrow. Can't be bothered to wait till the 31st.
Fucking Jesus Christ, people. I love this black edit of the, it's either Hexen or wherever this texture is from. He's using Alien Vendetta. I know that. What is this, Emperor Spoon? This is something
This is TNT 2.
that doesn't exist, is what this is, Emperor Spoon. it in here? Yeah, it is. So is Azer. I remember him putting that there. My kingdom for map 26.
What, like, prompted you to do this anyway?
I saw somebody asking when TNT 2 is going to be out, and then also there was somebody who posted in the final Doom the Way It Did thread complaining about internal drama supposedly killing that project.
Oh.
And I'm like, you know what? I'm looking for something fun to play. I haven't played TNT 2 in forever because we've just been waiting, so I'm going to play TNT 2.
I haven't heard hide nor hair about map 26 in a while.
Brimstone Labs Battlefield. Remember when Alfonso still made maps?
Yeah. That was a good time.
This is a good map. This is a great MIDI. It's just a bit short, which is what I can say for most Star Control. I forget the guy's name. He made some good MIDIs for this. He also made the MIDI that's TPH E1M or E3M1, which originally was for this, but we didn't use it, so I just grabbed it. I think it's Star Control. Or I might be mixing him and Processing Control up. It's Star something. Star Path. There it is. Thank you.
Star Path,
Yeah.
Jimmy is saying. Fucking hi, Jimmy. Oh man. Anyway, I booked my COVID test. Not test. Booster shot tomorrow.
Test, booster shot, they're the same.
Definitely the exact same thing.
They are. Hey, if you listen to some people I know, they're both as useful.
Yeah, my 5G reception isn't very good, so...
Yeah, makes sense. That's why I figured you were doing it.
Booster shot, yeah. I know, the thing is, like... Worcester is a very odd word, because it isn't like you pronounce it like it's two O's, because the emphasis is really weird. Like, you have booster, but, like, if you said booster like you said Worcester, it would be Buster.
Can we start saying those like they're the same word? I kind of
That
like
would-
this idea. Just, like, personally. There's a way to get that soul sphere. I need to remember where
But yeah,
that
given
is.
Jimmy knows, given, like, events, I'd rather get my booster shot, like, a good... I should have got it fucking weeks ago, but, like... Yeah, I'd be better off getting it now, rather than later. Especially if I want to do that fucking drive. I haven't done motorway driving in so long.
You have to be booster to drive on the motorway? What?
No, I'm, like, doing a thing that involves
Oh.
going out.
Okay.
So I should re-immunize myself. It's like, it's not the worst. I mean, I could always just take a train. It'd be 2 trains.
It'd be 2 trains.
Yeah.
What about two chains?
That's a name I've not heard in a while. Yeah, it'd be like a couple hours to get there by car, or if we leave let's depart at a normal time, like
2
11.
trains the band. Oh yeah, there we go.
It would be, oh fuck me, 3 hours.
By train?
That would be by bus, tram, and train. There are a few routes you can take.
That Kako demon wanted to bite the fuck out of me.
Yeah, there are like a few routes I could take. But yeah, the fastest one is to get the bus to... What is that, Beckenham Junction? Yeah. Get the bus to Beckenham Junction, the tram to East Croydon, and then be on the train for shit million years. Which is, you know, it's boring as fuck, but you don't have to pay attention.
I guess that is one advantage of a train.
You can, like, fuck around on your phone. It's 3 hours of, like, playing games on the phone or browsing the internet, talking to friends, versus 1 hour of paying attention to road.
Imagine paying attention to road.
Wait, was it actually 1 hour? Did I say 1 hour initially for driving? What did Google estimate? Oh, 2 hours. So yeah, an extra hour that means that I can just fuck around, not have to worry about crashing. Because we're deciding to... Because we're fucking bloody too far south, too far west. Everything should happen in London. Neglect the rest of the country. Which is basically already what happens. Really, Elemental Haven? I don't know, like, I had zero, side effects. Wait, no, I did have a side effect after my second one. I got hay fever for a few days. That was weird.
I got kind of sick after the first shot, and then I had a thing after the second shot.
That seemed like coincidence.
Yeah.
I know it kind of came and went.
Yeah. And then I didn't have anything after the first.
Oh, nice. I know a bunch of people who've got their fucking asses kicked by the booster. But I am reasonably optimistic. And if I get it tomorrow, then if I have any side effects, I'll probably pass by the time that I'm doing the thing. Oh, that's... Yeah, cool, good, great.
Oh yeah, my shoulder hurt after every one.
I wonder if you could make, like, Z-Doom-specific soft blocks by, like, abusing inaccurate block map.
You could probably. In fact, that'd be hilarious. And somebody should do that so they could feed into, like, those people who make the posts about, like, how they have a persecution complex about...
I don't know, that doesn't happen much anymore.
It doesn't happen. Good. But there was
Good.
recently one where somebody was, like,
Kavolkian spirit. Yeah, no, people. I feel like generally, I don't know. There's a lot of ways that the community is better. There's a few ways the community is worse. But overall, I'm reasonably happy.
The communities in general, like, more positive.
Hmm.
More like towards building people up and carrying them down. I think it's just
Yeah,
because
that's one
everybody's gotten
thing.
older. Just being super negative about everything is it's tiring. I'm always super. You know what? I'm fucking fixing it. I'm so tired of hearing people complain or sing.
Good.
Sound options, microphone, device properties, volume, 100%. You know what?
Isn't it an OBS?
No, my
There's a
OBS,
slider in.
my mic in OBS is at full.
What?
Yeah, that's why I just don't understand. And then, like, everything else is, like, astronomically loud to me. Like, I play the game, like, this is literally my sound settings in game. The only option below them is sound off, and there's a lot of times where the game is, like, deafening.
Yeah, getting sound curves right is hard. I'm surprised you're like 100.
Yeah, I've been 100 ever since people were like, hey, you're quiet. I'm like, all right, well, I'll turn it up. Oh, you're quiet. Okay, I'll turn it up. Oh, you're quiet. I'll turn it up. I think it's just straight up I'm mumbling.
I don't know, because I hear you perfectly clear in Discord is the thing. Maybe it's like, I don't know, relative balance of other things. But then again, Eternity is as quiet as it gets.
And I have, like, game sound turned down. So that's where it just,
yeah.
I don't get it, but whatever.
Man. Twitch is to blame, yeah. I don't know, I'd, like, probably see if
I've
OBS
listened
can
to
be
the
fucked around
VODs a
with,
couple
but...
times, and I can hear myself, so I don't get it.
I can see how you're, like, a bit quiet relative to everything else. I guess you could turn the everything else volume down in OBS a little bit.
I did that, and then people complained that everything else was too quiet, so I'm just like, whatever.
Well, just do it a tiny bit and be like, oh, just crank the volume to max, deal with it.
I could do that, probably. There we go.
The volume slider exists for a reason.
People have bad eardrums. I mean, entirely possible. I know that, like, listening to things at loud volume with headphones on does, like, damage to your ears, so I'm sure that that's probably a big thing for a lot of people. Where the fuck do I go? It's, like, up here, and then, like, the thing I did or something.
Yeah, I think the balance seems a bit better now. I have to turn up the volume more than I do for most streams, but, like, it's audible at least. Streaming's hard. Especially when shit just doesn't work for no good reason. Also, you have to turn up some mic boost in OBS's menus because some update made you quieter. Love it. Fletcher, that's me, Altasm. Also, yeah, I'm just like, I don't know. Oh, actually, I'm louder than normal. Let me fix that. Okay, I've made myself less loud.
Man, TNT 2 has some fucking amazing midis. The team did a great job on that soundtrack. This is map 4. yeah, a variation of this map was in the original demo.
Hey, float around. Oh, Primeval, hey. Lots of people today. Did I miss a raid or something?
I don't know.
I guess it's an unusual day, it's a Tuesday. Also, yeah, it's the fucking liminal space of the year. The 26th to the fucking 30th.
The time when nothing gets done, and especially nothing gets done in development right now because it's raining all over. I have like 4 job sites that are flooded.
Can you wilt in California daisies, not handle a little rain on your job site?
No, I have like legitimately 4 job sites that are flooded.
Oh, Jesus.
See, you dig a pit in the ground, and then it rains, and then the pit fills up with water.
Oh, yeah, no, there's not much you can do about that.
Like, this part of the MIDI right here, ooh, baby.
You managed to do programming last night. Nice, I have 2 MBF 21 code pointers in Eternity. Try living in Singapore. Oh, Lord. Hey, nice Sandmart.
Yeah, I've been doing some Doom mapping. I've been working on my Plutonia 1, or Plutonia 3 map 1.
You have to credit Mark Clown.
I credit Mark Clem for making such a banger MIDI. Well, Mark Clem did make some bangers, so good job, Jimmy, following the proud tradition of making bangers. Unless this was like legitimately a Mark Clem MIDI.
Nah, slopes are a pain in the arse, and there is no doubt about this. Oh, cool, Plutonia 3. That's something I don't know, that feels like it's just gonna appear one day.
I'm going way too overboard on my map 1. I don't know if you saw what I posted, the picture of. This was legit a Mark Clem MIDI that you remixed? Okay, well. It's a fucking... There's a file that's gonna be in that other
Okay.
I get that sauce.
The serious and troll Plutonia continuities. We're gonna turn Plutonia into like the Zelda timeline. PRCP is like in its own little branch.
Right.
It's got its own continuity. They all come from Plutonia 1. Unless PRCP is like an alternate universe. You've done 2 maps out of 20 for Hocus Doom E5 to E6. How many maps is Hocus Doom supposed to have when all is said and done?
I guess I'll pistol start it. Fuck it. This is a mean little start.
Skill saw. Okay, 10 maps an episode. That's 60 maps of Hocus Pocus in Doom. That's a lot.
I still need to play Hocus now.
Yeah, I played bits. I played a little bit of it. I need to play more. It's good.
kind of horrible human being would make the start of a map this tight on the ammo?
Maybe there's some secrets around.
There might be. Maybe I can look at the map here and see if I can see any secrets. No, I don't see any.
Oh, that's adorable. That's adorable.
That's a processing control.
I love it.
I can take 0 credit for that.
Oh, that's good. I'm like, how are you feeling about 2022?
I'm feeling fine about 2022.
I don't know, I feel like it's going to be a difficult year, but I feel like it's going to be a good year. Part of me. Or at least I feel like I'm going to get a lot of shit done.
Like, artistically, how am I feeling about 2022? I think
No, just like, personally.
personally, I feel fine about 2022. I mean, I don't know. All depends. There's like some life goal stuff I don't know what's gonna happen with, but you know, we'll see.
Fletcher, this is true, but some are more difficult than others. Like 2021, 2020, 2016, 2017. But no, those were difficult years for me.
2020 sucked, but that was just because 2020. All the other years that people say
2023 and Knuckles.
2023 and Knuckles, there we go.
I mean, hey, we're getting Sonic movie too.
Oh, we are, that's right. Hey, Mikola.
Yeah, Fletcher, I'm not very happy to be where I am, but like, you don't even have like the weird ordering to blame it on anymore. You literally pronounced it 2022. Isn't that technically true of all years, though, that like aren't teens looking forward to 2021? 2020, which is 2020, 2021, 2022. I think my favorite is the 7th sequel. 2027 is just so good.
2027 is when we're all going to become members of the 27 Club.
Everyone is going to become 27 and then die.
Yeah. That's why they call it the 27 Club, not because of your age. Because that's when the apocalypse happens.
But yeah, no, I understand Fletcher's problems. Like, I'm stuck here, and sucks. I mean, I'm not inherently stuck here, but like, there are reasons that I don't want to leave, and
Everyone has life problems. They happen. That's how you deal with them.
It's like
I need that arch valve to come out the front.
I mean, the blast damage should do a reasonable amount of work to it.
Yeah. It did. This part of the MIDI right here is so good. Like, oh god, TNT 2 soundtrack is fucking elite.
I just kind of shut up and listened to the MIDI, and yep, yeah, that's good stuff.
Oh no, like this fucking. There are some songs in TNT 2 that are just like fucking delicious. And thank you, Ottoman. The church bells and arpeggio, yeah, it's so good.
Dentist appointment, and hopefully it's your last one. Do you not go for, like, checkups once a year at least?
Yeah.
Oh, every month for a year. Every month and a half for half a year. Okay.
Yeah.
So that's 4 in the past half year. Okay, yeah, that's a bit shit.
See, you're medical professionals, though, by the way. Preventative healthcare, very important.
Yep.
Even if you're American, because it's going to cost you a whole lot less.
In the long run, yeah. Your teeth have been breaking over the... Jesus.
Also, generally your insurance will be way more willing to pay for that because they don't want to pay for the... wow, I can't believe I let that guy punch me. No, I don't want to upload TNT. Because they don't want to pay for the costs down the road if you don't get that. So that's why this
is a Doom fucking 64 room. This is a No, it's not like from Doom 64, but it's a really fucking Doom 64 type room.
Oh, okay.
Also, yeah, it does remind me of Outpost Omega in particular, which has like 4 cages. Outpost Omega is what, map 2, 3? It's very early on. It's map 29, what? Oh, it's the first secret level, right. I'm fine, so it's technically like map 6 if you go to Hectic. The 6th map.
Oh gee, dropping down a black pit that reveals something at the bottom of it. Fucking Tarns hack, repeating ideas. Let's go to the best room ever. Let's just take a minute to just admire this room.
You like TNT?
I do like TNT, honestly. TNT is really great.
Is that... You got any more of them, like, TNT textures?
I think this room has every TNT texture in the resource.
Is there no TNT crate?
I think there is a TNT crate.
Okay, so it's missing that TNT mini.
I think you came up with it naturally, and Mutt, because you did it, and I was like, oh, and then you're like, damn it, I thought I was all clever. It's okay, great minds think alike. What am I doing? I'm going to somewhere. I got sidetracked here. I think I didn't go to the ship. Yeah, I need to go to the ship. No, remember?
TNT mini duvet.
It was too complicated. They said the pattern was like, they're like, we're not doing this. This is a death fight if I remember correctly. Or is this a death fight? Yes, it's a death fight.
And this is all vanilla compatible.
Your grading effect's a lot taller. Well, my grading effect in TPH is even taller. Because boom.
Oh yeah, because in vanilla, if you make a sector too tall, it starts fucking up.
No, you can't make a texture taller than, you have to like layer it in vanilla, whereas in boom, you can just make the texture like fucking tall as shit, and it doesn't matter.
I mean, you could just make, like, the biggest composite. If you wanted in vanilla. But, like, I'm pretty sure if you make a sector really, really tall in vanilla,
Oh
it
yeah,
doesn't
no,
get
that's
happy.
a separate problem. But like, you can't make a texture, even a composite texture, taller than 128 in vanilla. It won't tile. Like, it'll have problems. I don't think it'll properly display. Well, that's your fault then, Anmut. Oh god, moving through this is awful. This is some like peak played in Z-Doom and didn't test it in non-Z-Doom.
But it was tested in Choco render limits.
Yeah, that was more like clipping around and running into things to see if they overflow. Not so much like movement testing. The Choco render limits phase is more like testing, but it's in quotation marks. Doomguy needs like a rear view backup camera. It's 2021. I think that'd be standard in the Space Marine suits.
My god. You probably could hack that somehow.
Oh, I'm sure you could hack that. But it'd remove one of the best parts of Doom, so... If you die because you lack spatial awareness, it's worth it. Yeah, basically. Bunny hop and hold down mouse 1. Yeah, IDFA, hit 7, BFG all enemies out of the way, and then vile jump around fucking every room to see if you overflow. Is this Al-Qadama? No. This is not Al-Qadama. I don't know what this is. It's nothing. Don't worry about it.
Modef episode 2.
Yeah, this is Mordeth episode 2. Actually, you're wrong. You started the curse. I like this map. But that might just be me remembering how long it used to be and how it's significantly not as long as it used to be. So that, like, makes me judge it as not long, even though it is, like, objectively a long map. I mean, TNT 2 has some long map syndrome going on for sure. I'd say almost to the extent of Back to Saturn X Episode 2, to be honest. With TNT 2.
Oh, we're doing the drop into darkness again.
You know, when you have a good
It sounds
idea.
different, though.
Yeah. I don't think there's a single bad MIDI in TNT 2, to be honest. I don't think there's a single MIDI that's not, like, fucking god tier in TNT 2. The TNT 2 soundtrack is so fucking good.
Doom mapping is a land of contrasts.
Also, I think that one thing that's really helped with this map's length is a lot of the bulk was replaced with, like, zombie men and shit. Auto-am? One day, auto-am. One day.
Auto-aim's like having a time. Look, one day we'll make like a source port that perfectly neural links to your brain.
And knows what I want to shoot.
It'll read in the exact direction you want to shoot. And you'll shoot in that direction. Within reason.
I think I screwed up how to get that visibility vulnerability. Just use Z-Doom? No. Why would I ever do that?
Eye tracking is useful sometimes, but not all of the time.
I look at the thing I want to shoot a lot, so I could see that.
Yeah, but sometimes I'm like ascertaining what's an actual threat while just pummeling a crowd. Oh yeah, what are you planning for New Year's? If anything. Fair enough. Yeah, I'm doing bugger all. Might do more Eternity coding, might just play some video games, I don't know.
It depends when Ashley starts testing negative. We might do something. Oh, I remember what that does.
Well, it's been 4 days.
It's been 5 days. She still has nothing but the sniffles, so.
New Year's basic design has failed day.
Yeah, that's what Alfonso did.
Oh, do you know what might end up being a fucking endure-worthy game from the upcoming year?
What?
6 Days in Fallujah.
Okay. That just sounds like... that just sounds like an endure-worthy game. Not the title alone.
It's been, it's had a very troubled development. As far as I know, it was announced in... like 2012?
I don't know why I ran right into that. I thought I was going to do something different there.
Who is Jason Well... Oh, this just looks like... I don't know. It just looks like a green light scanner. Who cares? But yeah, no, 6 Days in Fallujah, like, as far as I remember, got announced in 2012. Wait, no. No, long before that. The team at Atomic Games interviewed over 70 individuals composed of returning US Marines, Iraqi civilians, Iraqi insurgents, war historians, and senior military officials, and learned the psychological complexity of the battle. So yeah, there's some...
Oh, this is gonna be some, like, we tried to make art shit?
I don't even know. 2009? It might have been announced. Wait, no. Yeah, 2009. It seems like it was announced. Yeah, it's, I don't know, it may end up just being boring, but, like, there's probably going to be some real fucked discourse around it, which is going to be quite a time.
Funded by the United States military through shell companies? Oh god, I want to play this game so bad.
It's a lot that was going on.
I want to play like a full-on CIA psyop.
But enough about Roblox.
What?
I don't know. I just felt like saying a random game that children like.
This is my new truth, that Roblox is a CIA psyop.
What's Breezy blinking? Minecraft.
There's a bunch of shady shit going on with Roblox. Well, perfect.
Oh yeah, yeah.
There we go.
That one is true. Yeah. They do some real fucked up shit. Especially with how they like do monetization. And monetization of people's works, and how the people whose works are monetized are paid. Yeah. They do exploit child labor. Anyway. But you know, I expect 6 Days in Fallujah will be a giant clusterfuck release.
Yeah, we might have to do
Depends on, like, if it's interesting enough to endure, or if it's going to be a game that's more fun for the discourse than the game itself. I mean, Fletcher, it's been like that forever. It's just that they used different ad proxies back in the day. Also, no, I like the new Minecraft patch. It's pretty good. 1.18, good patch. Yeah, okay, you were there 3,000 years ago as well.
What happened to Minecraft 3,000 years ago?
Oh no, it's just like, things were different then, but also they weren't. There was a man called Greg. Never fucking... Ugh, Greg.
Man, there are some things that I just, like, I have no idea what people are talking about when they say them. This MIDI is starting to grate for you a little, to be honest. It is a long map.
Have I been abandoned by my dog? You just pushed the door open and left.
Good dog.
Hello, Rook Rick. 1.
But you can grab that. Oh, I think I know how to grab that.
And take Cataptromancy. Cataptromancy. Oh no, the dog just wants to be let out. Okay, I'll be back in a minute. Or a few minutes. And...
Complete failure. More like open thieving. This stream is more like open teasing. Oh. Did I get goosebumps for Christmas? I did not get goosebumps for Christmas. Why did I come back? Oh, isn't there a blue door here? Man, stand still, Lyle. Fine, I'll just shotgun you. Jesus. I feel like that room should have a different color key marker. Maybe. No, it's a secret. Yeah, it's not progression. I don't know, this map has changed so much over the years that it's kind of fucked up. Did that map used to have an area where you press like 3 more switches? No. Where I exited, there used to be like double the remaining map left. Like that used to be like the halfway point of the map. You had like the crate maze and then a whole bunch of like other just like, why is this still going on shit. That map used to be like catastrophically long. Yeah, to where it was effectively a 60 key map. Even though you meant to say 6. No, it was a 60 key map. No, it went on. There was just so much map.
What was so much map?
The old version of that last map where, like, the place where I exited, it used to be the... Well, that whole area is a new Zazer edition, but, like... where that was in terms of map progression would have been like the halfway point of the old map, because then you like went on this long, windy, like supremely Kaika journey, where you had there's just so many like janky fucking places. There was a crate maze that didn't need to exist, and like it just there was so much. That was one of the maps that made me be to, like, to who, hey, bro, you need to fix this shit. Yeah, you had to do that, but... it was a lot more linear. That you're making it sound very non-linear. It was like you had to do all that in order, and it was all basically a straight line, and it just kind of wrapped back through the map a little bit. Because you had the crate maze, and then you had the crate maze that wasn't a crate maze because it was computer textures, so it was a crate maze with different textures. Yeah, let's go like crate labyrinths. I don't mind a crate maze. What I do mind is a crate maze that exists solely to add the length of a map. mazes are good. I don't mind crate mazes. What was in that secret? I think it was the map 7 special breaking in that secret. Okay, well that's odd. Map 10 is not the crate maze either. You're thinking of map 11 or map 19 for TNT with crate mazes. Although 19's isn't really so much a maze as a crate. Is 19 the one with the scrolling crates? Yeah.
Scrolling crates. Nice.
It's this map.
What does that mean?
This map's development was something else. This is another map that originally went on for fucking 600 years. Still alive. The first special that broke was the Arachnotron special, not the Mancubi one. Mancubi lowers, Arachnotron raises.
Hello.
Yo.
Alright.
Did you have
What does that mean?
dinner?
What?
Did you have a pleasant dinner? And then
Yeah,
Max asked if I'm alright, what does that mean?
Yeah, like, I don't know, that sounded very uncertain.
No, I'm fine.
Hmm.
So I really, I think, divided the room on that post I made on Doom World.
Oh, I didn't read that post.
I didn't read it.
I skimmed the first little bit of it and saw that you said that people's maps and attitude were terrible and was like, oh, well, you stepped in it, Matt.
Oh, Matt, did you do it again?
Did I do what again?
You played with her heart and got, I don't remember the word.
Got lost in the game.
That's it. Thank you.
Oh baby, baby.
Yeah. Don't get lost in the game, Matt. It's bad for you.
You kind of buried the lead with number 5, like, I don't know. You're expecting people to read all of this before you finally get to this post is terrible.
I mean...
Also, yeah,
Nobody does read anything. I mean, Jimmy is right. I was actually frightened of what Jimmy would say.
The anti-Jimmy stance? What is the Jimmy stance?
The Jimmy stance is, I think well, I don't want to put words in his mouth, but I'm sure it's a far more charitable tone to newcomers that charge in, going like, isn't this idea that I have the best? And like, no.
It's not, but you should still try to make it. Make content.
No, but I mean, like, you should...
like, whatever you're doing, like, hey, should I? Yes, make content. It could be bad, it could be terrible, it probably is going to be terrible, but make it. You'll learn from it, you'll grow, you'll get involved in the creative process, you'll use it as an outlet, okay? You'll find some rewarding thing from it. But make it for yourself. Don't ever make content for other people, ever. Unless it's your job. If you're being paid by somebody to make it for them, then do what they want.
It was more of like an exasperation with like all of those like threads that like just come in. It's like, I have this gigantic idea, I've never touched an editor before. And it's like, come on, dude. Like,
I don't know.
You have to have something.
No, like, that's a valuable thing. I mean, I just won 2 CAC awards for projects that were, hey, this is a dumb idea, alright, doing this shit.
No, but I mean, it's still, but it's like, it's not just the idea. It's like you also have, well, one, you're at like a point in your skill set in which you can make any idea happen, or at least implement in some way. But it's like, you do get like the influx of people that are just like, starting out from, I mean nothing. And, you know, it's like the project threads that are just the, hey, do all the work for me types of threads, and the, you know, the, other threads that are like, I don't know, that entrepreneur thread kind of rubbed me the wrong way too.
What the fuck is
Have you seen that one?
No,
there's a guy coming in like going like, hey, I want to make this thing, but I want to.
Oh yeah.
But that sort of shit rubbed me like a really wrong way, and I don't know. Yeah, it was a bit heavy-handed on my part.
You heavy-handed?
Hold on.
Well...
So, wait a minute. Somebody wants to pay people to make Doom content?
Yeah, there was this like one guy who was like very like investor Bay Area startup, and I did make a post right at like the first post in the thread. No one was biting, but I was just like, man, if you're not gonna come in and like actually do some work, you're not going to get it, even with like, you know, even offering to pay people. But he was just like, no, I'm also looking for people to, like, you know, teach me and stuff. I'm just like, this isn't like an apprenticeship. Like, fucking.
Dude, I'll take that guy's money to teach him how to make Doom maps.
Well, I mean. Like, the most, yeah, one of my most hated types of people is ideas guy, and that kind of like is like the goal of what that thread was supposed to deter. But man, it did cast, I think, a lot larger net than I anticipated, or people would get stuck in the net.
Dude, ideas guy. Ideas guy is building, man. You don't understand. Ideas guy is succeeding. Okay? It's gonna happen. It's real. It shouldn't be real, but it's real. Ideas guy is happening. If I remember correctly, there's a fight coming up here that's actually fucking retarded.
And I understand that I absolutely split the room on that, and I was just like, at the end I've like made a big edit. I'm like, please read everybody's rebuttals to this, please. This is like, they make very good points. I do have, you know, responses to those two, but they're very long-winded. But please read all
I
of
remember
those.
this fight being a lot.
It's just like Matt has a good point, but is too New Jersey for his own good.
I mean,
The thread again.
I mean,
You've done
kind
this so many times.
I mean, I
Man,
really.
you need to suppress your New Jersey when you're making good points. Just
Yeah.
be less surly, man.
I'm very.
I mean, I think it's important for like new people to make bad things. I think that's like part of the creative process because like you have to learn what works and doesn't work.
True, my contention was the people that don't make. Like they don't make. They just charge in and be like, make for me.
Do those people really need to be told off? Because no one's like, I guess except for Doom Negative 1 guy, nobody's really pulled that off and got people to make things for them.
Yeah, that's a giant fluke. That whole project was a giant fluke.
Says Tarnsman, who's never released a bad map. I'd contest that. I released.
Suitcase of Gore exists.
Suitcase
Yeah.
of Gore.
The title joke is map 26 will never be finished for TNT 2, which is currently what's being played.
No.
This MIDI, Jimmy, this fucking MIDI. That's all I have to say. Fucking bop.
Fucking bop.
This is like top 5 all-time Jimmy MIDIs for me. Fucking slaps so hard.
I always feel like it's like sentences like that that always makes me feel like Tarnsman is a Jersey transplant. Like just.
He's Jewish.
Yeah, I mean that. No, yeah, I think that was the explanation.
Yeah.
That was the explanation he gave when I said that like a long while back.
So
I think it's because I'm Jewish, and I'm like, yeah, you're right.
No, what?
Oh god, and then this part kicks in. Fuck, this MIDI's so goddamn good.
This stuff should be released just for the music.
Oh no, there's some just god tier music in TNT too.
Like honestly, I do encourage. I know I don't ask this of people at all, but like I kind of am encouraging Jimmy to like take me to task in that thread a little. Just so I mean, I don't know. You don't have to do anything that you don't want, Jimmy. Far be it for me to tell you what to do, but like fucking I don't know. I am yeah. I knew everybody was not going to agree with me, specifically with my sardonic tone, but yeah, I don't know.
I mean, I feel like there's a place for like the post you made, but like more straightforward and less tired of
I feel
people.
like the post could have been less, however many words that was.
Yeah, I don't know. I spent 15 days on it.
You spent 15 days on a Tomorrow post? Bruh!
I've put too much.
And not a single time did you think maybe that you should like tone it down a bit.
It was toned
Man,
down.
I gotta read
You could
this,
like,
bro.
you have this really bad. You need to get out of the bad habit of like extreme doubling down on your own not so great ideas.
Wait, in what way?
I know you have a habit of like digging yourself holes.
Yeah.
Let me get this open again.
Why is this a door? What? What? Why is what?
What's going on?
I don't know. This is a door for some reason, and I don't know why this is a door. Did I mean to tag this as like a light blink sector, or I don't know what's going on. Whatever. Yeah, it's. Or did I just do that to have a doofy ass door in the map? This is what happens when you make things and then don't play them for 8 years and then come back to them and are like, why the fuck is this like this?
Not kinda, but also I'm saying, like, just stop digging, hit the bricks. If you think you're going to piss people off, try not to instead.
Just know what the intention of your message is. If your message is to provoke, then okay, but like, if your message is
And
not to
don't.
provoke, then
My tip would be not to provoke.
I don't know. Some people need to be provoked, I think. Like, what if like Adolf Hitler was in the thread?
He'd be banned from Doomworld unless he was like only did the Nazi shit off-site, in which case he'd be allowed on.
What if he made really good maps?
Well, as long as he was like a Nazi off-site, then he's allowed on.
Yeah,
Well, he was kicked out of art school, wasn't he?
Hey.
I mean, he wouldn't make good maps, or like no one would understand the maps he's trying to make, and then just be like, "This is crap," and he's like, "I'm gonna kill everybody."
Why is Adolf Hitler Wario?
What? No, Wario.
I'm gonna kill everybody.
I will go to war with the world.
Anyways, so in that case, yeah, because he only does Nazi stuff off-site, he's, you know, not banned, but you should still provoke Adolf Hitler.
I mean, if you manage to get yourself banned, but also bait Adolf Hitler into being banned himself, then that's worth it.
Yeah, okay. I mean, okay, also, there's like certain social norms that sometimes need to be challenged and things like that. So, you know, provocation has its place. It's just when people are like, opinion, oh no, why did this make everybody mad, and then have like no reflection on that. Then that's
No, I knew I was not going to get 100% agreement. I absolutely knew it.
No, I like...
every Adolf Hitler anecdote is personalized.
Generally, when I'm conducting myself and I give, like, the slightest shit, I attempt to be, like, very, 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 very diplomatic. No, it's too much like years of being the youngest child, having to moderate family arguments. Stopping people yelling at each other, understanding perspectives, but, like, not being a dick about it.
There's a, like, yeah, being diplomatic is generally a good thing. But it depends on, like, at some point, some people do need to be like, hey, get your shit together, bro. Like, you know. So there's
comes a
times
point...
and places for everything. It's about...
Oh, I got Jimmy's got a good quote there. I think there comes a point, a limit, where someone's behavior off-site needs to be actually considered regardless of their artistic skills. Something like a 40-ounce situation. We can call that limit the auger zenith.
Jesus fucking Christ.
And I was thinking about that quote from that Eddie Izzard special, Jimmy. I can't get the fucking trees. Damn, I'll kill everybody in the world! That's a classic. That is a classic.
But yeah, no, I don't know. I think it's important to try and be polite when you're making your point.
Yeah, I would think in, like, what Matt's thing is. Let me read this fucking thread.
Dude, if you read this on stream, it's gonna be like 5 hours longer.
15 minutes, but, no.
General.
Nah, you don't read it on stream.
Yeah, it's so long. It's so long. Who made this shitty map? That's a good question.
I don't know who made this shitty map. I know who made the last shitty map. He's a real
Oh.
piece of shit.
We could move into... Jimmy, if you want to join, we could move to the Mtrop streaming server.
Yeah,
Where am I
please.
going?
Get closer to all of my failures.
I'm not gonna read this. I can't find it, so I'm not reading it.
Richard, Jimmy is asking where voice chat is for this. Should we move into like the Mtrop streaming
The
Discord?
voice chat for this is on my personal server, Jim.
Yeah.
Because I'm assuming that Jimmy wants to join in, which I think would be good.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jimmy.
I would agree.
We can move to Matt's server.
Let's do it.
Oh boy. All right.
Everybody... I'm just making bold assumptions. Yeah, we're in Mtrop streaming now. so you can join. And be present.
Yeah, we're in the general bit.
Actually, you know what? Here, I'll just do this. I'm going 1 second. Flipping back. I just invited Jimmy to my server instead. Oh, but they're still in the, oh.
Oh my god.
I just invited Jimmy
Dude.
instead, because Jimmy's like, I'm not
Oh
on
boy.
this.
Hi, Jimmy.
Hello.
There you go.
Up here then.
What's here? This is the server where we just talk endless shit about you, Jimmy.
No.
Oh, okay then. Alright, understandable. Have a nice day. Okay. This is a post. This is several paragraphs. 15 days, Matthew. That's impressive.
It may be more like 10. The proofreading sitting on it, being like, I don't know, but does this help? I don't know.
You fought a lot, but maybe you didn't ask yourself the correct questions.
I gotta be honest. I skim read over this, and I saw the very, like, the bold text in here is really what people are reading first.
Oh yeah,
And I
that's
confess-
the only thing that I read, and then I went, oh, Matt's gonna get in so much trouble for this post. By the way, Cyrus, yes, this MIDI is also used on that map. That is map 23 by TNT and myself. Pulverizer. Great TNT layout, by the way.
The Ultimate Bazillion map compilation, and it's gonna have loads of new monsters and items crammed into it, and it'll magically all work together. Surely no one's ever thought of that before, right? Guess what? We have, and it was a bad idea then too. I mean, okay, this is a problem.
It is
On
a problem,
occasion.
but here's
But I think that, like, I don't know, there's just so many better ways.
yeah, there is. There's
to
a way
say
to
things.
address, like, scope creep is a real problem in the community, and it's important to, like, express to people, like, hey, maybe tone your idea down, because a lot of times the best things are things that come from a place of a focused and clear idea rather than a lot. Like, just
Let's
because
throw everything but the kitchen sink in.
just because something has a lot doesn't make it good. Now, the community does have kind of a problem with this, as a lot of older, like, what we consider classic stuff. You know, there used to be a period of time where it's like, oh, you made a megawatt, it's automatically, like, one of the best things ever because it's a megawatt. Like, and so that kind of entrenched the idea that more is better. Also, it seemed like, for the longest time, like, oh, you made a thing with a ton of monsters in it, this is amazing. Because, you know, think like Alien Vendetta, Hell Revealed, like, the household name map sets that, you know. I know when I first started mapping, like, I was like, oh, I gotta make something with a fucking shit ton of stuff in it, cause, like, that's the good shit.
Well, I mean, you're always. I mean, I don't mean you as in like you directly. You. I mean like the every you. The first instinct, if you're a newcomer, I think, for a bunch of people, is to impress, and there really isn't like a good idea of what quote unquote impressing is. But like, and I'm definitely guilty of that, especially with, I'd say, my return around Community Chest 3, which I mean, half of what I wrote is as a takedown of my early shit as well. Like, I don't think I'm above everybody.
See, this is a
but
problem. This is the problem, Matt. Is that's a node issue. Fucking 0 out of 10. AD and Breezy are the worst mappers of all time. I can't believe you would have a very easy to cause bug in your map that you didn't immediately catch and perfectly fix. How dare you?
Oopsie doodles.
Yeah. This map is fucking good. In which household is Alien Vendetta and Sunlust discussed? Well,
The house I want to be in.
Doom
Actually, no.
is.
I don't think I'd want to be in that
I don't think
house.
you'd want to be in that house either. Doom is a household name. Oh, there's a lot of janky shit going on with nodes right now. It's unfortunate.
I mean,
Oh fuck. I am mega fucked up. I am dead. No, I'm not.
never die.
Oh, no, I didn't get behind you. Oh, guess we're pistol starting this map.
You know, I was about to say maybe it's an unclosed sector, but I can't think of the last time where that's actually an issue with today's editors.
Yeah, generally, modern editors are pretty good about that. You have to try pretty fucking hard to unclose a sector. Slade lets you, I think. If
Yeah.
you really want.
You can do it in Doom Builder.
Yeah, but you have to explicitly do it and then not split that sector because it'll want to like figure out how to split it. And then it might screw up your unclosedness.
So here's the thing, just in my opinion, with these, like, I'm going to call them these maximalist sort of projects. There's a fair few of them kicking about. I had to play test one of them on a stream not too long ago, which is it was a mod for Hexen, and it was basically taking the Wrath of Kronos mod that already exists. It was this is not the same author. They were taking the mod that already existed and then adding on top of that mod. So that was already quite a lot of stuff. It's basically a randomizer mod, and they added a bunch of stuff in on top, and they were making maps specifically for it, which was, well, in theory, that's pretty cool. Like, not enough weapon mods get map sets devoted to them these days. So the intention, I think, was noble.
A map set for their gameplay modification. Jeez.
I know, right? Fucking Jesus, illegal. But yeah, the problem that I faced, that I immediately cottoned onto, was that aside from the mod and the maps being fairly uninteresting to me personally, just because, well, I'm pretty minimal in my style and my general taste in things these days. But I
to great effect, I'd like to add.
Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. The impression that I got very quickly from the authors who were actually in chat at the time, I say authors, I don't know if it was one person or two people, still, I don't know if there's a Little Temple situation going on there, but that's another story. The impression that I got was that my feedback was very much falling on deaf ears. So the people who have crazy ambitions and fancy themselves just like inventors, I suppose, of like just in gameplay and experiences in Doom that's so far removed from what's come before it, I don't think they are largely ready to listen to what the rest of us have to say, and I think that's an unfortunate, sad truth that we pretty much have to swallow. So I can already see people like that aren't really going to be interested in reading your thread, Matt. I'm sorry to say.
No, I mean, like, they're not gonna. That's my. I mean, that's my.
Why did you post it?
I don't know. I'm just testing. I'm just testing the waters with a whole leg instead of dipping a toe in. I don't know.
This isn't a leg. This is fucking. This is like waving meat around. No, this is waving meat around in water that sharks are in, and then deciding to jump in afterwards.
Yeah, but to be
with
fair,
a toaster.
And a toaster when I'm holding
Toaster
a toaster
in hand,
as well.
yeah.
Like I'm just serving it to sharks. I
So,
mean, like,
yeah. Yeah, the problem is that I think it's just hard to really get through to people who have that sort of ambition and that sort of bloody mindedness with which they plow ahead with their various, project ideas.
I mean, that was pretty much Zazer's follow-up in that thread. Like he said that pretty concisely. Like there are going to be people that this reaches, but the people that are probably going to be the direct audience will not bother, and then still forge ahead anyway. So it's like the whole thing was like a gigantic vain post on my. He didn't say that part, but my gleaning then is that it is a gigantic vain post on my part, and I mean, like, but the thing is, I feel like there definitely is like that sort of like frustration anyway in the modding community, but I think I kind of painted a target on myself by
Is there that
kind of
frustration?
nailing the Martin Luther list of grievances to the front of the church.
But hold on, is there that, like, is that a thing?
What, Martin Luther?
No, yeah, obviously Martin Luther was a thing. No, I'm talking about, like, agitation at this. Like,
Maybe we gotta deal with it like fucking, it's at least once a month.
what is it? I don't know. Maybe I feel like I just don't interact with it enough. That's probably right.
I certainly don't interact with these sorts of posts myself, just by virtue of I don't have the time or the brain power or the crayons to really just explain to these people why what they're doing is something of a lost cause. I mean, I have to say, I did used to be of that same sort of ilk. I have dabbled in that maximalist style modding myself, like as a very small,
Oh man,
as a very small person.
There's a cyber demon here. I remember there being a spider guy. This got
I mean, I become like Stronghold released nearly 12 years ago. So it's not really a modern problem by any stretch.
You getting kind of upset when Alfonso and I were playing through Stronghold and that because I did remember you put a lot of effort.
I
Well, he
can't
put a lot
remember.
of effort in the good ways, I would think. It was like a
I did try to do quality testing for Stronghold. It was 2 years that I'm never getting back. I think pretty much any and all criticism that can be leveled at Stronghold's just ridiculousness is very much justified in the face of, well, modern standards and the standards of the time, dare I say it. So, needless to say, that whole thing was very much a learning experience. But, you know, whether I can't remember exactly what I was upset about during that stream. It was a long time ago now.
I mean, we were very mean to
perhaps-
Stronghold.
Well, I mean, but Fletcher is, yeah, that's a point. Stronghold was not your fault.
No,
No.
but like if you tried to make something good
And it didn't pan out that way.
Yeah.
yeah, like you can like you feel like that's a failure on your part. Like I get it. Also, like there's a propensity to level criticism at the author as a person and not at the work. Like that's hard to separate, and so that it makes sense when people take things very personally.
For sure, yeah.
Which is
art is
yeah.
inherently connected to artists,
Yeah.
really, like whatever way you slice it.
Yeah, that's a whole different discussion of separating art from the artist. But I most of the time, if I do have an issue, I usually, well, I guess attack's the wrong word, but I attack the work rather than the person, because, especially these days,
Nobody likes an ad hominem.
No, well, I mean, one, it's not that, but two, it's like people change, and the work, even after release, stays what it is. The work does not change. Only perception of the work changes, but that's by others.
Dude, holy shit, this is a lot of Archviles. I did not remember this many Archviles.
I mean,
I'll
with
tell
all
you
that
what
said, I'm
would
just
be-
scanning this first paragraph. While I'm doing that, yeah. Sorry, Max, you can go ahead.
I'll tell you what might be a more interesting format to potentially achieve your goal.
But
Prose, baby. Tell some stories. Tell them about Deathmatcher. Tell them about every person who swung for the fences.
the thing is, like, I didn't want to. I did think of doing that, but I didn't want to like call people out specifically.
I can see the problems there. True.
As like that's the that's the fine line. Because like then it just becomes like, let's gawk at this idiot, which is like, I don't like if I did have examples.
I don't know. I think there's a way.
Me.
I think there's a way to do it without like shaming individuals for wanting to be ambitious, and like Deathmatcher didn't fucking deserve quite the. Deathmatcher did not deserve that much clowning on DTST. Like DTST is.
No, DTST.
It's DTST
is terrible.
But like.
Yeah.
But like. More credit should have been given to Deathmatcher for all of the hard work, and people should have been nicer.
And I thought the ideas in it were good.
But like, my point is that like, you can give demonstrable examples of what happens when community novices attempt to make something that is their magnum opus the first time.
Yeah.
And get crushed by the weight of their own project.
I mean, for sure, that sort of thing does happen enough, but I would still argue against actually naming and shaming any people.
Yeah, that's the problem, but like,
Oh,
without
shit.
the names,
John Madden
then...
died?
What?
Excuse me, what?
Yeah, John Madden died, apparently.
Oh,
One too many turduckens.
I thought John Madden was dead, so...
Oh, wow, okay.
Wikipedia doesn't say he's... Oh no, it says he's dead.
Says
Adam
was.
Schefter...
Died
So
December
wasn't
Past
there?
tense.
2081.
What
Huh.
was the cause?
He died, he was 85, that was the cause.
I mean, yeah, dude
Okay,
is
yeah,
old.
alright. Yeah.
Yeah, Adam Schefter tweeted it at 410. I just saw it in sports, that's why I was...
Oh man.
But yeah, I don't know, I feel like you can... There are teachable moments within the community about going too far in terms of ambition, and those moments should be some level of usable, and there should be a way to use them without inherently, like, smearing the name of whoever
I mean,
was
for
involved.
sure.
Here's the thing, with DTST, for example, DTST was terrible. What we could have done a lot less of was, ha ha ha, I can't believe you spent 10 years on this shit. Like, that was less
Yeah.
helpful, but, like, no, DTST was bad, and then also, I don't remember if it was Deathmatcher, but there was, like, aggressive, like, how dare you criticize this energy going on. That's where, of course, the, Vilefander die slowly message to Essel comes from.
Yeah,
Oh, boy.
but yeah, I mean, the fucking Deathmatcher stuff probably wouldn't happen these days. Like, people are older, they're less mean. I don't expect you guys...
Really?
I don't think if DTST happened again, it would, like, get quite so laughed at.
I would probably laugh at. I mean, I got pretty sick. of
Probably
Sign of
somewhat, but,
Torment
like...
by the end of it, like I was actively like, I'm tired of playing this.
I don't know, I was... But, like, you were still some level of positive about it.
Sign of Torment was better DTST. I will say that. DTST is an exhausting experience.
Also, K-Price, it's Jimmy.
Yeah.
It is Jameson Platamuck.
What?
That sure was a string of syllables, okay?
Jameson Platamuck. That's Jimmy's name, right?
Yeah, I definitely
Hold on.
wanted to
Yeah,
have.
first try, got it in one.
I definitely wanted to have Jimmy in on this call just so I could be taken to the task a bit by a closer creator. I guess because like the thing
As opposed
is,
to me just being like, Matt, what the fuck, dude?
Yeah,
dude,
you're-
what the
Man,
fuck?
just stop
you're
being
chop-
from New Jersey.
yeah, you're chop liver. But no, I'm kidding. But the thing is, like, because like I was just like was it Bridge did have like a fair good like points. Where he's like, I disagree with a lot of this stuff, and I'm just like, okay, I do have disagreements with your disagreements.
I
and then I was just
disagree
like,
with a lot of this stuff.
yeah, I disagree with a lot of this stuff.
No, you're going for
not
British.
I can't
It's
do
not
I-
Kiwi.
I can't do the. It's so hard
can't do
once
a
you get
Kiwi
Australia
accent?
in your head.
Yeah, but like it's like an Australian accent, but it's got weird syllables.
But syllables.
Syllables.
Bit
Anyway,
shorter.
Yeah,
Anyway,
like
the thing was like I was just like, hey man, I hope I didn't kind of rub you the wrong way with all that stuff. He's like, oh no, no worries, I didn't have coffee, and but I was just like, he's just like, no.
You didn't have coffee for 15 days? Wow.
Yeah,
Sorry, I'm just gonna bring this up repeatedly.
No, he didn't have coffee. I was just like, I hope everything. I really hope I didn't like really rub you the wrong way. It's like, oh no.
Thank you for transcribing that, by the way, Max. Also, this is TNT 2. It's very good. As great as Matt's shitty post is, TNT 2 is. This is a secret I've never found before. TNT 2, pretty great. Valkyrie Force, great mapper. This map has sector trees. Any map that has sector trees is automatically at least a 7 out of 10. Don't quote me on that or ever hold me to that standard.
But so I was just like in the middle of like going like, oh man, I was like, well, okay, I'm glad you don't hate me. Oh God.
I don't know.
Did Jimmy read it yet? Oh no.
You need to
I
be
read
like.
the headings. I read the bold headings, and then I was like,
Yeah.
oh, okay, yeah, this sounds about right for Matt.
Yeah, like.
Where is this thread? Classic Doom.
Hold on, let me.
I'm finding it right now. Doom streams things about Doom. You just found out.
Hard to miss.
Oh, beginner's guide to Doom modding. Hot. There we go, Matt. Okay, so
a different beginner's guide to Doom modding.
A different kind of. Okay, so let's start with the bold. Let's just read this post with just the bold because that's all anybody's gonna read. 1, your ideas are terrible. 2, your maps are terrible. 3, your community project is going to be terrible. 4, your attitude is terrible. 5, this post is terrible. One day, one glorious day, you'll make My Little Pony X Final Fantasy VII crossover mod that you always wanted to make. See, you joke about these things, but that's like my 7th megawatt.
Well, one day you did,
You
didn't
watch.
you?
You watch. He'll do it. You think he's joking?
But like. I
One
don't know,
day
I
you
feel.
did, right?
This chain gunner is a fucking asshole and a half. Holy shit.
Lordy me.
I don't know, Matt. Playing the villain is hard. And I don't know how good a job you're doing of it.
I mean, it's never really good. But like, I don't know. Yeah.
When
Like, to some extent, I understand like a person's frustration with the sort of people who just won't take on criticism and need it sort of nailed into their skull, but
again, but who is
again,
like
15 days you spent on this.
I was more like 10.
Okay, so now we're getting into the revisionist history mode.
Yeah.
But
I was exaggerating with 15. It's more like 10, which is still a
Like-
lot.
I don't want to save you with 12 health, but I'm gonna. That chain gunner wrecked my shit. Anyways, my real question is again, like, where is this problem? I'm not seeing it.
In what?
In the Doom community.
I think every once in a while we do have like the people that just jump in and just be like, isn't this great, this terrible thing I did? And it's like, no. And then here's some feedback and they're like, fuck you.
And like
We had the new project tag for that though. That's sort of.
I think that. I don't know. I feel like
that
there's.
moderators put in the post, or because that still feels like it's I don't know.
But again, like I don't see what the problem is. Like, okay, somebody didn't listen to feedback. Like, and like, does that bother anybody? Like, cool, bro. Like, I gave you some advice, you didn't take it. Move on with our lives. Like, I don't know. It kind of like reminds me of like when people complain about like I don't know, just any of the Doom community drama. Like, X didn't win a CAC award. Like, cool, bro. Like, and then when people complain about them complaining, it's like why does this bother
Negative feedback
you? Like,
loop.
yeah, like who is actually bothered by this? Obviously, somebody is bothered by this.
I mean, I think it's perfectly legitimate for the committee to be pissed, or not pissed, but like annoyed.
I can see if the committee has to deal with like an obscene amounts of it, yeah, okay. But still, at the same time, it's just like, I don't know, just get over it. Fuck.
It's just a game, bro.
It is
You're
just.
getting mad at video games.
Yeah, exactly. But no, it is seriously.
Be a cool frog.
Like, don't like that's just don't let that bother you. Is my like, come on.
Yeah, overall, I think
Now,
the net amount of actually like really good shit that earnest mappers are churning out on a daily fucking basis in this community is just so in excess of the bad shit that comes along. Just it's like one bad apple, that sort of thing, where you can sort of view it as one bad apple spoiling the whole bunch, or you can just be like, nah, it's just a fucking just a throwaway
I don't
thing.
see like any trends. I don't see like anything that has a tangible impact. It'd be one thing if, I don't know, every single mapper started making My Little Pony butt plug mods to the point where it's like, okay, I'm kind of over this, guys. I really would like to play something other than this. Can we as a community fucking stop? Like, it was funny for 3 seconds, but we need to move on.
Wasn't something like that made?
I'm sure it has been. I'm sure that it has been, and if it hasn't been, humanity has failed, and we need to step up our fucking game.
I don't know, man, like, I don't think it...
There's such a variety, though, in, like, what's made, who makes it. Like, the community is thriving more so than...
I don't think 2021 is the year to make this post.
Yeah.
Maybe like 20...
Yeah, true that.
Like, this used to be more of a thing.
Yeah, if we're talking like 2010, 2011-ish, that's
I
when
know,
a lot of these
2014
maximalist projects
was-
were really kicking about.
2014 had also the infinite community projects and such.
Oh,
Yeah,
sure,
you had,
yeah.
like, the years of shit like 5 Rooms of Doom where nobody even knew what they were making.
What is a room?
Yeah, okay.
Like, that whole philosophical quandary that just spawned as a result of that community project.
Oh god.
So things like that, that's where you can be a little bit more like, guys, let's tighten it up a little bit. But again, I just don't see the problem of Ideas Guy doesn't seem to be a problematic force. I hate that word. In the Doom
It's a fine word. You can just use it still.
What, problematic?
Yeah.
Or ideas guy?
That I think
Guy.
was same problematic.
Guy.
Yeah.
It's Guy. That's the word.
Oh,
Oh, okay.
Californian has a problem with the word guy.
ideas
then.
person.
Imagine a guy.
Wait, no, he's Californian. They'll be in, like, ideas dude.
What a name and what a guy.
I mean, at least you're handling the reception well, at least.
Float, that's sorry to hear that after you release your first game. Just know that you're loved and that the community appreciates your work. Your map 32 in this is very good, and there's resources, and I would suggest reaching out to those because that's very awful. It's one of the worst things. Don't do that.
Whoa, what are you?
He
He's
said
saying what?
after his first game he wanted to kill himself.
Who?
Float ran.
Float.
He said that in
What?
chat.
Don't do that. Don't kill yourself after your first game.
I'm sorry, but don't do that. Yeah, don't do that. I don't. I should be laughing, but that's just Matt's reaction is so fucking Jersey.
Oh, that was 8 years ago.
Okay, well,
That's
glad
good.
you're still with us. I'm very, very glad you're still with
Oh,
us.
I thought
Flora.
it said. Then again, nothing has really changed. Then, and yeah, that's what I'm saying. Just no, don't do that. It's
Yeah, please take care of yourself. You're like really. I mean, yeah, you get spoken highly of so fucking much because you should, because your shit's great.
Yeah,
The
it
work
makes me
has value, Float Man.
Yeah, I'm sad.
beyond-
I'm very sad hearing that.
beyond
Fuck,
your work.
man.
You have value as a person, not just your work.
Yeah.
We're all more
True
than
that,
our
yeah.
output.
Shit, I didn't
Of course,
expect it. Oh god, I didn't expect to tear up. Fuck, man.
I think a lot of people do have a lot of stake in their work, and it can be a sort of comfort cushion for them, but it shouldn't be the only thing. You find people you can rely on as well. Find things that you can occupy yourself with, that you can just fall back on, because your work isn't everything.
Well, yeah, your work isn't everything, but I totally understand, like, kind of like pouring your heart and soul into work. I mean, if I'm being honest here, that's kind of the only thing I feel like I really have. But it's like, no, they're like the whole thing is you're way more than just the work. So
yeah,
it's just a facet of who you are. And I mean, I say this as somebody who struggles with that, to be perfectly honest. I think that maybe is what precipitated that thread. It's like, I take the work seriously, and I feel weird when other people don't, but then again, I know I'm not the only person that is a part, or the only type of person that is part of a large community like that. So it's, I don't know.
Well, I think a lot of us do take it seriously, man. But
we do, yeah.
Whether it's whether it's a silly idea that we have that's obviously dumb and maybe doomed to failure, or whether it's something that we can actually work with, like for instance me with like A Boy in His Barrel, or Tarnsman with all of TPH, that sort of thing, where it's not a serious piece of work per se, but we take it seriously putting the work together. I'll tell you what, there's somebody, who was it? It was Thomas van der Velden. I've been emailing him recently over something. And he basically came up with, what was it? Shit. Great, a series of words. It was just 2 words. It was creative naivety, that's it. He came up with the phrase creative naivety to just sort of describe the ability of creative-minded people to just sort of let loose and just let their sort of like childlike naivety sort of govern what they do. And I think that's something that we can all really aspire to. Like if we learn to embrace that, we might actually be much freer as creative individuals, because we can just say, I've just done a thing. Whether it's good or bad is sort of immaterial. It's just a thing that I've made, and I've done it purely out of my own intrinsic motivation. And damn and blast everybody who says that work is by itself not up to scratch or doesn't conform to standards, or even if it's up to my own standards.
Yeah.
Oh, just saying fuck it, I'm gonna make a thing is such a freeing like that. So much of my mapping is I come up with a dumb idea and then I make it. Things like, there's that room in Spain, map 7, that everybody loves, the descending floor room. That's exactly like, I have this dumb idea, fuck it, I'm doing it. Things like that, where it's just like, you just allow yourself to kind of just make a thing, and then you go from there, and it either works or it doesn't work. But the important part is the process, honestly. The end result, if you get the process down, the end result will come. And I feel like too many people focus on the end result, and, obviously I'm guilty of this as well, where, like, I'll draw 3 lines and it doesn't look exactly like I want it to look, and so I delete it because it's not fucking perfect, and how dare this square that I just drew not be a fully complete map that I immediately put in my head. This map is so fucking cool. Everything Zazer does is amazing. Also good MIDI.
Map 12?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, cool. Yeah, that sort of that phrase creative naivety really struck a chord with me, because it just perfectly encapsulates in just 2 scant words just how it feels, I think, to be truly creatively free, and just saying that you're going to make a thing, just making it happen, and just all caution to the wind. I think that's what we've got to be. That's what I'm trying to relearn as a creative myself recently, because I think I've really lost touch with that feeling. Just every so often, I'm gonna say I say I'm gonna map today, and then mapping doesn't happen, and then I beat myself up over it. So, yeah, that's something I think we can all aspire to. Just embracing that part of ourselves, and then making it, like learning to be in touch with that side of ourselves again.
Yeah.
And that says, classic Doom modding is in all seriousness one of the most wonderful parts of the internet. Deep cultural theory studies breadth. It is largely untouched by things like capital, commodification, and something like 99% of the work in the community makes is solely for the sake of expression and creative exercise. The only way in which community members compromise their own work is when they get too distracted by overly ambitious desires to be popular or recognized. Yeah, I'd agree with that.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But sometimes capital getting involved can be good.
I mean, like,
I wanna fucking play some place, the full thing!
Hey,
I mean, that started off as a mod.
I feel like though that's like that's a way less pretentious way to say what I took issue with somebody else on Twitter saying about what the Quake and Doom modding communities are, like not like untainted by capital, but it's like we're taking it back from like our.
Here's the thing that really needs to be hammered home. The reason why the community can be that is the ease of access that only Doom has, because Doom is as close to I pulled out a piece of paper and I just start, like, it is that childlike, anyone can do it, like, to the point where people do draw their Doom maps on paper. Like, if that barrier, like, if there was a barrier of access and it wasn't that simple to do, Doom modding would not be what it is. Like, it's because it's basically like doodling. Mapping is on par with doodling in terms of, like, you can just sit down and you can knock that shit out. And that's one of the most important facets of Doom mapping.
I think that's kind of like what I'm struggling with now. Like a lot of like what I'm, I guess, kind of struggling with creatively is I said this when I was like talking to Bridge like just earlier today. I said because the topic came up where he was just like, what do you find fun about mapping? And I'm just like, I don't know anymore. I think it just is like when you're like younger and then you make stuff in an editor and then you walk around in it and it's like, holy fuck, I made it. I made something, I've done something, and now I have something interactive.
Bitches don't know about the amount of time I spend just in 3D mode flying around looking at what I made, deciding if I like it or not.
So like, that's like kind of like, that was the magic. That was the magic of like that early stuff, and then several years later, like 25 years later, no exaggeration, a lot of that magic is now gone. And then it turns into the like, okay, I like making things that I find fun, and I like that other people like what I make, or I could find a group of people that likes what I make. But then the process, like, there's no enjoyment in the process anymore.
Have you tried mapping for Quake, Matt?
What am I not able to hide from this arch button?
Wait, what?
It's blocking. That's what.
Did you not do anything? Doom?
I've made stuff in Quake a long time ago, but like the editors are not as good as Trench Broom or whatever. Like, I used Radiant.
You have such a good excuse to learn how to make a Quake map.
I was gonna say, yeah, I had that magical moment earlier this year when I picked up Quake mapping for the first time ever, and I actually made a working map in, I guess, an afternoon. Basically, it was a small box-like thing, but it had like a watery section. It had a secret where you could get a quad damage. It had moving stairs, so things came out of the walls and made staircases, and I was just sort of blown away by how fucking simple the whole thing was. Like, get Trench Broom, start piddling around with it, like caution to the wind again, just like first thing that comes into your head pretty much, and just be like, okay, well, I guess I'm making things in Quake now, because it's like it's pretty magical. It's pretty magical just coming up with stuff in an engine that you were previously unfamiliar with, because it's like the scales sort of fall for your eyes and you sort of start getting more familiar with how the inner workings of this game that's, you know, you previously didn't know many of the inner workings of before. Like, you probably understand a lot of its sort of core programming stuff, being into that sort of thing yourself, but I think it's a different story to see how certain creative decisions and processes were undertaken in an engine like that.
I wish Pinchy was here.
Yeah, because with Doom, we know it all inside out now, pretty much. We're still kind of discovering little quirks about the engine today, I suppose, but we know what a line def is. We know what sectors are. That sort of thing. It doesn't really get much more complex than that.
Right.
With like something like Quake, it's again very simple concepts, but the moment you can sort of unravel those sort of basic concepts and you start to get familiar with them, it actually becomes a very magical sort of moment. So, I mean, if you're looking to rekindle some of that magic stuff, maybe it's time to just try out a slightly different discipline for the first time.
Yeah,
and like you don't necessarily need to just defer completely to Quake, because I made like one working map in the Quake engine. I was like, okay, that's me pretty much done for a while. I haven't actually really touched it since, but it was actually really fun and really enlightening, because I'd had like peer pressure from certain other maps in the community, not like in a bad way necessarily, but ways like in ways that sort of made me just sort of ponder what I was thinking, like, why have I not picked up Quake mapping yet? That does seem like it's merely a step up in complexity from Doom mapping, and that's something I can probably sink my teeth into quite easily. So I just sort of went ahead with it, fucked around in Trench Broom for maybe 3 days, and but like at the end of it, I had, I think, a pretty good map, which was maybe like, you know, it's like 30 seconds of gameplay, but you know, what can you do? This is all it's all a learning process. I'm not about to say, you know, I'm going to be the next Greenwood or whatever it is, you know, all these awesome Quake mappers out there. It's always a bit of a process. It's always a bit of a teething process, and I think what it comes down to is along the way you need that sort of constructive encouragement from people who are in similar fields who understand the sort of thing that you're going through, where you are like slowly learning the ropes, and you're slowly coming to terms with your own ambitions and learning your own limitations as a mapper and that sort of thing. And a community is a great way to have that sort of spelled out to you, to have that sort of get that sort of assistance along the way.
Is something that I've been trying to shake off but can't because of past social awkwardness and lack of affirmation from people my age. That's besides the point. I think everybody likes to be liked. I think unless you're like the biggest contrarian in the world, nobody's like, oh, I don't like it when I watch people enjoy things I made. It's all about like just not having that be the only thing in your life. To tie this into Matt's current personal crisis that we're going over instead of talking about TNT 2. Like when Matt says things like, you know, acknowledging that the only reason he started working on Xer was so that it could get licensed for the Unity port.
That was not the only reason. It was also an excuse. It was also an excuse to re-explore remapping for Vanilla Doom that I didn't really do in any sort of large capacity for BTSX.
Okay. Anyways, the point being that, oh god, I lowered everything back down. Why did I do that? Well, lets me kill these cac. Oh, that's a lift. Okay, cool. Also, that's like, what's going on there? Okay, well, so that's broken.
Okay.
That's fine. Everybody likes it when people enjoy their work. Like, that's just part of the process. It's finding the value in the creative process independent of that. So that's not the only thing you can get value out of, because one, not everybody's gonna like everything. There's always gonna be detractors for your work. No, not like even the most popular thing has people who hate it, even if they just hate it because it's popular. Like, there's nothing other than, like, I don't know, oxygen and sex that's universally agreed upon as being pretty awesome.
I mean, the latter are not even.
Yeah, the latter not even. You have, like, asexual people and stuff like that. So,
But then you also have people that actually have discomfort in sex,
yeah.
not emotionally, more physically.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, but the point is that, like, nearly
Like,
nothing
yeah.
is universally
Yeah.
liked.
So people are always going to detract from your work. So that's why if all the value you get from it is what other people think of it, you're setting yourself up for failure. And then also it's going to be hard for you to ever progress as an artist, because when you start out, that's when you're going to have the most detractors, because your work's going to be the roughest. It's going to be, you know, stuff that people have, you know, they don't enjoy. They say, okay, well, this was a cool idea, but I don't like this, or this. And that's where it's important to just, like, enjoy making it, so you can soldier through that, so you can stay involved in the creative process and, you know, keep producing content so that you grow as an artist, and you eventually get to the point where you can make stuff better than what you're currently making, to where, you know, it is stuff that people besides yourself enjoy, you know, because very few people will just, the very first thing you do is fucking amazing. Like, sorry, you're not a prodigy, I'm not a prodigy. This all takes effort and practice and all that jazz.
Yeah, the word talent is kind of like that.
Talent is just the work you put in.
Yeah, talent, like, when people say the word talent, they kind of, like, say it as though it's, like, innate, whereas the, you know, talent is built. It's built from practice and experience and application of that experience.
It's fucking Zazers.
So do you think this is the exit?
I think it is the exit. Oh, no, that's right. I forgot. Zazer put this in, too. That's right. Going up.
That was sick. Is that a 1?
Is what a 1.
For Ion Flux? Oh no,
That's
it's
an
just
I.
the star position.
Oh,
The
yeah.
star position makes it look like it's a 1.
This is the map that made me tell Who that everything else in this was garbage compared to it, and that, like, there probably should be something done about that. Also, this fucking MIDI.
Bom, 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 bom.
Bum, 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 bum.
Steel drums in the low octave, man.
And I think another important thing is trying to find value in yourself outside of your work, which is something I struggled with for a long period of time and still do to a degree.
Oh yeah, also just having, like, a balanced life, so there's more going on, to where, like, because your workflow is going to ebb and flow. Like, you're not gonna be at peak creativity all the time. You know, I'm somebody who's famously, quote unquote, fast at mapping. There's long periods of time where I just don't touch Doom Builder.
Yep.
Because I'm just doing other stuff, and, you know, if you don't have something to fill that void, then, you know, it's very difficult. That's probably the hardest thing to do. You know, that's like the classic, well, just go be happy kind of response. But it is something that you really do need to work on it. That's something that most people do need to work on, because we tend to kind of over-focus on one area of our life, be it work, be it, you know, a hobby, whatever it is. Like, you know, I'm definitely guilty of it with work. I will throw myself into way too much work, you know, but it's just something that's probably the hardest thing to do as a person. But it's the most rewarding. Exercise is a great way. Like, go for walks, stuff like that. Like, you'll be amazed at how much better that makes you feel. Like, just getting your body moving around. That's one thing that a lot of people don't do that is a giant benefit that will help you greatly. Just physical activity. Even though at first it might seem awful, like, overall, raise your serotonin, boost your metabolism, like, everything will become, like, you as a person are better. That's why exercise is, like, one of the common treatments for depression, is because it just generally makes your body happier.
Yeah, like, it releases all those, like, endorphins and dopamine and whatnot. But like, I think what specifically with me, and the thing was like, I started a job a year before the pandemic, and it's just like, oh my god, I'm in a better position to save money, do something with my life, and like this is going to be some pretty good years coming up. And then the pandemic happened a year into my new job, and now I feel stuck. And it's like, well, what do? Do I escape with more work? But like the thing is, the work that I use as an escape is not for my job, but it's still programming or what have you. Like even working on the, you know, utilities like the Deco Hack or Doom Make or whatever. And that's like, there was some magic in that where it's just like, holy shit, I made a tool that like automates a lot of stuff that's like the biggest pain in the ass about like, you know, project management and whatever. But then it's still work. It's still like more work. And it's hard to like, I don't know, for me specifically, it's just hard to like just sit in one place and like watch TV or a movie or whatever and feel like that's some sort of productivity. And like in a weird way it is, because I have to force myself to take a break from everything, and then when I come back to the work, things are better. I'm in a way better mental space because I haven't like, you know, exhausted myself, or like burned myself out. But yeah, I don't know. It's I think that specifically with the pandemic in this way, that's kind of like the thing that's kind of shitty. I mean, thank God I still have my health and a job, and a bunch of people
I have 100
don't
souls
have
as an
that.
SSG. Yeah, what about it? I had a BFG and a lot of enemies to BFG. I wanted a BFG.
But then the thing is like and I realize, yeah, I'm very lucky. Not many people have that. But it's like sometimes the guilt does weigh on me a tiny bit, but that's like that's ancillary to the additional shit from coping with having a lot of options being taken away.
For sure.
I don't know. I think one of the things that's hard for me to relate to, because my career and my hobbies are so like different than one another. Like what I do for work and what I do for fun, like there's very little overlap other than like, you know, I use a computer for work to look at emails and plans and shit. Like, you know, if I was like an AutoCAD drafter for a living, I might not want to go home and basically do the same thing. So I think that's hard. Like when you leave programming to do more programming, I think that probably contributes to burnout.
Yeah.
You know, on the internet, particularly with people whose hobby is gaming, you know, there's not a lot of life balance there for a lot of people, if we're being honest. You know, I'd say probably count on one hand the people who are like really serious about things that don't involve a computer in their hobbies.
Because like everything's like kind of connected now, and that's kind of like the ubiquitous technology that everybody has to use at some point. Like we carry around a computer in our fucking pocket. It's hard to completely separate. And like I mean like yeah, it's not like a, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? It's not a profound thing to say, oh, we're always connected to the internet, because I mean it's painfully obvious. But like the thing is, yeah, you can't escape. If a lot of your personal strife comes from that connectedness, it's impossible to separate, or really really difficult to separate.
Camping. Also, the fact that we fucking pull out that computer and look at it in bed and shit, that's so terrible.
Yeah, it is.
I've fallen into a dreadful habit of looking at it before I go to bed and immediately after waking up.
That's awful.
Yeah. To be honest, a lot of stuff that I see, like very little stuff, actually bothers me. That I see on Twitter these days. There's a lot of stuff that could potentially just sour my entire mood, but I think I have just learned to just basically just tune out the noise. So it is essentially just candy for my brain, just suck in a load of shitty words on the internet first thing in the morning and then forget about it immediately.
Oh yeah, I had that habit for a while. But I think I was at like the lowest point of my previous job, so I think it was like my brain craved misery in some like weird way. Like kind of like it's like, well, this is the current comfort, being miserable. And I don't know, and I don't think that was like a conscious decision. It felt like an unconscious decision. Like it was just like I was addicted to misery.
Oh no, that's definitely.
No, I definitely do that.
A lot of people seek out. Jimmy calls it disaster tourism. It's
Yeah, that's the right word for it.
It's definitely a thing. It's a thing that everybody does way too much.
I think Zazer coined that term. I've definitely adopted it.
It's a thing where we collectively. Where the fuck am I going? I fucked something.
It's something that has honestly been done since our IRC days, when we just like, hey, look at this terrible post that somebody.
I mean, that
made
doesn't
and do
happen
well.
so much anymore, which is good.
I mean, there's less dogpiling. That's another thing that could go to hell.
No,
but
I think there's a significant amount, lower amounts of that stuff now.
At least on maybe the Doom World forums. There's plenty of that on Twitter.
Well, dogpiling.
Yeah, of course.
Oh, well, yeah.
I think again that has to do with like the age of the community, kind of. You know, everybody becoming more adult, so to speak.
I like to think that we've at least grown since like the RRC days, because there was always a tiny part of my mind which was like, should we be like focusing on the bad in the community, and then just sort of like throwing everything to the side just so that we can have a bit of a laugh, a bit of a jeer at their misfortune or their misguidedness or whatever. There was a
There
lot
were a
of that
few
going on.
times this year that like that happened anyway, just because rubbernecking.
Yeah.
I mean,
Actually-
if there's, when something's like catastrophically, phenomenally bad, it's very difficult to be like, oh, I'm not interested.
Yet I can't look away.
Like there are certain things where it's like, oh, okay, well, this is like
Blood-Eye Crypto.
yeah,
oh
things
man,
like that. Well,
that's a legendary.
that's slightly different. Like
It is a little bit, isn't it?
there's admiring the audacity of things, and then there's like basking in misery. I think that's separating those two are important.
Yeah, I think my it actually was briefly touched upon in my horrible gigantic post later in the thread, where I think there was a small discussion between 9-inch Heels and I about like kind of like there is dogpiling that happens when you do get those threads. That like this person's like, hi guys, I got this idea and I didn't put any work in and nothing and I need people. And it's just like, buddy, we need like, come on, we need to have some kind of investment in this. And then it ends up being dogpiling anyway. And it's like, what do we do in those cases? Do we have any like kind of like codified response for like that sort of thing? I guess the new project tag is kind of like a cheeky way of doing it, but
That doesn't
it doesn't
anymore,
look good.
really.
Like it doesn't look good anyway when a dogpiling happens. Specifically among, I'd say, is it like newer posters that do that too? I don't know, but like there
Varies.
it does vary, I guess. But like yeah, there definitely is a propensity to do that sort of thing. It's like, look at this guy. Bah.
I think also
But-
there's a big this is kind of the Twitter problem of when you broadcast something to any like larger group of people, if you say something that's dumb and then one person says, hey, what you said is dumb, that's in a like interpersonal conversation, that's one thing. But then like if everybody's responding to you, like it doesn't really matter because it's like overwhelming. That's like the Twitter problem, is like everything you say is broadcast to the world. The world has a right to respond. Like it's not if everybody's just giving their opinion back to your opinion, like you can't really do too much about that other than like you know, try to make people not be complete assholes about it. Like, hey, you know, there's a difference between, hey, what you said is dumb, and, you know, I hope you die, and you're a terrible human being, and you make the world worse. That kind of stuff.
Yeah, like there's like a, I'd say like I was about to say like there's a loss of humanity in like that in that sort of interaction where it's just like yeah, this person's text on a screen, and I can say whatever I want, and I've seen there's like a lot more among people I would think know each other in person. There is less animosity because of that familiarity. But and partially the reason why I made it a point to meet everybody in person on the Square team, so that less fighting. But like that was. But the other thing is like, I don't know. I want to surround myself with people that aren't afraid of like taking me to task when I say some bullshit from time to time, which is why I'm glad that I have all of you here. I'm glad I have Tarnsman, I'm glad I have Max, I'm glad I have Jimmy.
No, I'm deleting everything you did on this map, Emma. Sorry, deal with it.
Oh no.
Also,
Well,
I
yeah,
thought
it's
we fixed that.
Provoke a debate, Matt. For sure.
What?
I was say it's one way to provoke a debate, for sure. Hello, please disagree with me.
Well, I mean,
I'm going to make a post that makes everybody disagree with me.
well, I mean, I'm not, I don't have like a fetish for public flogging, but I mean, yet. But
if left unchecked,
Don't make this a regular occurrence.
No, it's not.
So I think what we've pretty much established is that there's a sort of frustration there, which I think it's not like it's pretty much, it's not very ambiguous, is it really? In that thread that Matt has upon the community, just I guess maybe having changed in the last 25 years. I think outlooks are certainly different. There were like everything is very readily available. There were lots of incredibly easy to use resources, tutorials online right now. I think all of that is, of course, a net positive. And to some extent, I do share that frustration with kids these days. That sort of thing, because I've been around for quite some time myself. But I think the approach to take here is I'm definitely, like, having read Zazer and Bridges' responses in the thread. The approach to take here is definitely that of a sort of sensitive approach, where you're able to, in a way, connect with that person as humanly possible, as best you can. Because even though on that stream I did a while back on that Hexa mod, and it took a lot out of me, that mod, actually. I didn't play through the whole thing. I played through maybe 2 or 3 levels. Of course, it was a hub map, so I had to find a point at which to disembark from it, which wasn't awkward, and that was nigh on impossible. Particularly since they somehow hadn't figured out how to start the campaign on map 0 instead of map 1, which was their intention. But anyway, I had some very real frustrations playing that, because even though it's quite admirable what they're attempting to do there with setting maps to a randomizer mod of all things, I mean, yeah, good luck to you. But yeah, just that their approach was, I felt flawed, and I brought this up as best I could in a sort of humane way. But even then, I genuinely felt like I was being sort of ignored, although my advice would just simply not be heeded. So, if ultimately, yeah, for sure. So, like, ultimately, if you're going to be like, if you're going to be ignored at the end of the day, you might as well have some sort of, actual, like, I guess, attempt at reaching the other party through sensitivity and through that sort of mutual understanding that, you know, okay, well, I've certainly been through my share of falls and scrapes over the years. Like, I know for sure that, you know, Stronghold is one of those projects for me personally, and I still sort of occasionally dredge it up as an example of time in the community that I spent perhaps chasing a bit of a dragon, I guess. Just, you know, validation of sorts from the community, from having been part of this big project. And maybe it was a bit of clout chasing, maybe it was a bit of me just chasing ambitions that obviously didn't come to fruition. But whatever it was, I do consider it still like quite a bit of a failure in my own personal repertoire. And I think at the end of the day, that's sort of okay, you know, because I took away some experience firsthand, you know, with criticism that was leveled at me, and well, the project as a whole, I suppose, rather than no, cool, yeah, that's really what it was. It was just a piece of work that at the time I was quite emotionally invested in because I'd spent so much time with the project. So it was hard not to take it on the nose.
Yeah. I mean,
well, welcome to the world of consultancy. Yeah, that's basically a consultant's job. Hey, you guys should do it this way.
Like
you're paying me to help you, and then they go, okay, and then they don't do it.
Bro.
Yeah.
The amount of like, hey, you should hire this engineer. Yeah, but this guy's cheaper. Yeah, he's cheaper for a reason. My plans are shitty. Why are my plans shitty? I don't know, man. I don't know why that happened.
I don't know, man. Well, here's your invoice.
Hey,
Yeah.
you should have a realistic schedule. Nope, we're opening this May 2022. Oh god, everything's flooded. Why is the rain here? I don't know, dude. Like, shit happens, bro.
Yeah. And obviously
like
some
the-
tasks do demand that you're actually like realistic about what's happening. Like I imagine with Tarnsman's job, it's very much you have to be dead fucking on point with what you're saying to people who might be in a serious position to fuck up.
There's a triangle in life, okay? You either get something cheap and fast, you get it cheap and good, or you get it fast and good. Okay, you get one side of the triangle. So if it's going to be good and it's going to be fast, it's not going to be cheap. And if it's going to be cheap and it's fast, it's certainly fucking not going to be good. And that's the problem, is people want all three. You don't get all three ever. And
pretty much.
I don't know. One of the things I always said about why I never wanted to be a doctor or a lawyer is just the absolute frustration of all the people who pay me to give them advice to not listen to it. And then I just became, as Ashley would call it, the construction doctor. Because just this, no, there's so many people who just give me money to just not do anything I say. It's just like, all right, bro, like, and that used to really bother me, and now it's just like, you know, acceptance. You eventually get to acceptance, where it's just like, if you want to waste money to do this, you just, I told you, here's the email, and where I told you this 60 times. Figure it out.
Man, if somebody paid me to not take advice from me, I'd be fucking laughing. That would not bother me in the fucking slightest.
Yeah, but then like people get pissed off at you when they don't listen to your advice and might try to like do legal things if you don't.
Oh no!
At that point, I wave a check in their face and I'm like, "You were warned."
That's not how business works, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Just because you're in the right doesn't mean you don't get sued. I mean,
well, maybe not in America for sure.
It is frustrating to the extent, like, when you have somebody call you and just like screaming at you. Yeah, that is annoying, but you know, it is what it is. You just kind of
have to deal with that in a lot of jobs, actually. I've one of my housemates obviously works in the sports centre down the road. I've worked there as a receptionist as well. He's had, you know, customers like screaming in his face. Because they got overcharged for a pair of goggles, you know, that sort of shit. It's like, it just happens everywhere. It's a sort of innate part of working pretty much any customer-facing job.
Yeah. I at my workplace, I was put on. Actually, I had my own project for about 18 months, and it was like supposed to be like one of those things where it's like, oh, this makes like this whole aspect of the job easier, and what have you. And the director of my what is it? The director of my department was the one that was like, yeah, if you can do this, let's figure it out, and then, you know, this is now your project and whatever. And I'm like, okay, cool. So I've been working on that for like well, like I said, 18 months. But like 9 months in, they leave. They leave because new management was coming in. And then I was just like, oh fuck, what's happening with this project? And it's like, no, the project's still going on. And then now a different department was kind of overseeing my project. And then they kept moving the goalposts for like what was acceptable. Like the original one was just like, put things in such a way that it just makes this person's life easier, and then they can hand it off to another person. And then like after they left, and then it was under the purview of another group, it just kept like not ever being done. And then eventually they're just like, yeah, we need to re-examine what the goals were for this particular project. And then I'm just like, so that's it? It's over? It's gone? And I worked 18 months on nothing? And that's it. That's how it happens sometimes. And that was like, that's half of my time at my job so far. Nothing.
Yeah, not sure.
I mean, I got paid,
That should happen.
but it's nothing.
That's what's gonna happen with totally not a real project. It's not happening. It's not getting built. Is all I'm saying. It's not happening. It is not going to exist. If it exists, I'm gonna fucking walk into the ocean.
I mean, you can do that very easily.
Yeah, but this is not gonna be like I'm doing it for recreational enjoyment. This is like, it's the end of Les Mis, and I'm just fucking like, I'm done.
Yeah, but I
So
mean, like,
are you actually talking about TNT 2 here?
No, I'm talking about Pot Guy Project that.
Oh, that. Oh, I see.
But
I
somehow
genuinely thought you were talking about if TNT 2 ever releases, I'm just done. I'm just walking into the ocean.
No, I'm talking about if fucking I'm gonna build 8 greenhouses. Well, actually, let's do 1, but let's also do 7 at the same time. But we're not gonna build those 7, but we're gonna develop those 7 like we're gonna build those 7. I don't know. What do you think? Should we do that? I think we should do that.
I'm best friends with the King of Morocco.
It's not the same guy, but it's the same guy.
But it's the same guy.
Yeah.
same type of guy.
It's the, this is the, you can't put a engine in a thing, and I don't build greenhouses, I build grow houses, because greenhouses are a shit house flopping in the wind. We don't know how eels fuck, though.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't know how more
Yeah, we
eels
don't.
reproduce.
I still find that strange. Like, of
I
all
mean,
the things we
like,
discovered about the
the
fish we
deep sea.
eat, and yeah,
More eels live in the sea. They're pretty reclusive. They like hide most of the time,
But
pretty
isn't
much
that
all of the time.
Isn't that kind of like an aquatic staple, of, like, say, cuisine in a bunch of parts of the northern parts of Europe, I'd say, or
That's river eels.
do we know how they fuck?
I think
Yes.
we know how they
Okay,
fuck.
good.
Yeah, no, I think we know how they fuck.
I think if you're going to be fishing or eating some kind of animal, you should kind of research how to make more of them.
No,
Or how
fuck
they
that.
make more.
Fuck that. Fish, 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 fish. Where are all the fish gone?
Humanity.png.
Yeah. So yeah, that's sometimes it be like that.
I don't know.
Which map are you up to?
I'm on map 14. So this map was originally made for the original Plutonia 2 by Joe Palai, and then I messed with it, and then Ann Mutt came in and did some thing placing, and then added like this room over here, or no, it's like up there, I think. And like the red key room switch thing. That's why Emma was saying they needed their message on the.
No, naming the credits.
Yeah.
The Seawolf.
Yeah. That thing.
That makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense.
That was such a gigantic waste of rockets.
Bold BFG.
Yeah, it was. I did it. This area here, I'm not added this area, which is.
So yeah, like Anmut said it best early on. The main issue with the thread was the people that need to read it aren't going to read it, and the people that do read it are going to be the wrong audience.
But then I went through and re-deleted a lot of your thing placing, so.
We're mature here in the Doom community.
I'd say in different definitions of that word too. Like we're just old.
Speak for yourself.
I mean, I'm pretty old. in terms of making stuff. Yeah. I'm old.
Maybe it's again, like maybe it's time to set maturity aside and just embrace naivety. How about that?
Return to monkey.
If you like. That's something I'm working on. Just trying to learn how to just make shit. Just
I recommend it.
Damn the torpedoes.
There is one person in the indie scene that what is going on with that auto aim, by the way?
Is there like something down there?
Yeah.
What is going on here?
Like there's one
I
person
said that you added that area. Yeah, that area is cool.
There's one person in the indie scene that like just kind of like embodies that like kind of like absolute like creative naivete, and he is such like an inspiration. To me. Have you ever heard of Zosazovsky? He made like McPixel and like that like little I think it was like a small flash game for like $5 that like was like kind of like one of those like, oh, push the right button and you get to the right solution type of thing, but then like it sold like gangbusters. And then but that's not his only project. He remade the Allegro library in JavaScript. He made a game in DOS just because he wanted to, like with like a compiler and everything, and then gave it out on floppy disks. And then like he's also the guy that bought a decommissioned European fire truck and then turned it into a mobile DJ booth for like the Maze Festival.
Dude's rock.
For 1 or 2 years, and like the thing is he basically is the embodiment of the question, why not? And but like I mean, the only detrimental thing about his character is that he doesn't think very far ahead, but he constantly lives in the moment. And that's like, I'm like, how do you do this? How can you, like, for me, somebody who like has to plan and has to like completely plan everything and agonize over every small decision, it turns into like, how do you live like this? How does it work? How can you thrive like this?
How is baby?
And it's just like, it's just baffling to me that people are able to do that.
I'm just gonna say it, autism.
I mean, he's not at all.
I mean, it's some form of, mental differential, isn't it? Like, I think some people can just, like, see things in perfect clarity before they've even embarked on the project. You know.
No, but he's just driven like that. He's just. I mean, granted, he's also in a fortuitous. I think that's the right word. Position to be able to do that. Like he made like a VR game that was like filled with people without bones. I think it was, I don't remember the name of it, but it was just basically a very sandbox like VR game, and I'd hope that did well because he was working on it for a long time. But it was just like, it's just like an idea, and then he just keeps doing it. That's the best Doom cute bed I've ever seen.
Thank you.
That's up there.
Thank you. I wasn't saying I was not sitting there to focus on that. I was sitting there to scratch my foot. But also, this goes back to my extremely hot take that literally every single human being has autism.
I mean, eventually that's what's going to happen, right? Like everyone's going to be diagnosed along
it's a spectrum. It starts at literally nothing.
I was going to say it's kind of like how sexuality is kind of a spectrum. Who knows?
Are we getting the fucking Kinsey scale?
Yeah, I'm like a 1.2, I think. I don't know, but
Hang on, which scale?
The Kinsey
scale.
Dr. What was his name? Alfred Kinsey, portrayed by Liam Neeson in Kinsey.
Not the Doom community Kinsey. Okay.
No.
No. That scale is how much of an acerbic ass you are sometimes. No,
No, that's the Kinsey Emtrop scale.
But like the thing is like, yeah, the Kinsey scale was like, so like his whole deal was, I think it was like a PhD in like some kind of like entomology or whatever. Like his focus was on like the mating patterns of some kind of like butterflies or whatever. But then he at some point, like, kind of was like, I wonder what, like, human sexuality is like, because there's, like, a whole lot of talk about that sort of thing, and I think this was around, like, what, the 70s, 80s? So he was like, I should, like, create a questionnaire and some way of gauging, like, because, like, he thought that, like, you know, nobody's completely straight or completely gay. There has to be, like, maybe shades of that. And he, like, came up with, like, this big questionnaire of questions for people, like, you know... And
50 Shades of Gay?
The 50 Shades of Gay, yes, exactly. The Kinsey is basically Everybody is Gay, the movie. But like he like, so he put together a questionnaire and then like ranked like from like points like on a scale where people were, where 0 is completely and entirely straight, and 6 was completely and entirely gay, and 3 was like perfectly bi, and X was like you had no sexual experiences.
0, baby.
Were compelled to it. But like the thing was, what he found was nobody was ever 0, 3, or 6. It was some gradation in between those points. So like even when you were like, even if you were like bi, you still leaned towards a preference, and well, even when. Yeah, and then when you were like, if you were gay,
but
you still had like.
I disagree that nobody's 0 or 6. Like, there's not a single
no, you'd have to be like entirely repulsed by all men.
Yeah, which is like impossible.
You'd like have to not even be able to appreciate other men.
Kinsey's
it was also pretty gray. Okay, so here's the thing. There's a couple of weird things about him. A few things about him.
I have never seen a man that I have ever considered in any way, shape, or form to be sexually attractive, including like the people like, oh, it's the hottest man in the world. It's like, okay, cool, like whatever. Like it's just that is completely outside the realm of anything that I find attractive. So no, I'm a 0.
Yeah.
Well, you need to take the questionnaire.
Yeah. So I mean, like, it's like, yeah, it's shades. Yeah, there really is no like a perfect binary or a perfect split.
I think I've met the right one.
Yeah, you gotta get adventurous. I don't know.
No. It's the great thing about monogamy is I don't.
You don't have to.
Under the new law, you must be some level of polygamous.
Oh, please. I can't understand polyamory. Like, I'm just so far, far
I don't know.
below even getting anywhere close to that.
Someone's
get
getting
it.
jealous. Like someone would have to be jealous in the
know, I'm trying
within
to-
the relationship.
I ain't touching that. I don't know.
If it
I
makes
could
you
see
happy,
it. I
who
appreciate
gives a
it.
shit?
Yeah.
I find it
Don't
weird as
think-
fuck though, so I don't get it.
Don't think it's for me, but like if you do it, that's fine.
I had a high school teacher that was essentially in like a polyamorous relationship, but that was like it was like that situation where he or like it was either him or his friend who was with this woman, like went away on like during the Vietnam War, and then came back, and then they were married, but then they still loved her, so they lived together, and it works. And that was like, that's the only instance of that sort of thing happening that I've heard of.
Hold on.
That was functional.
We're being asked to go back to look at a monitor with a budgerigar on.
Oh yeah, there's the chicken monitor. That's a thing.
I want to see the chicken
I'll
monitor.
go back to it when I get back to the bar.
It's a very dim, cute bar, by the way.
Like these crushers.
What is it with Tarns maps and just having 90% of the map seemingly just be optional secret areas?
It's good.
This is a mandatory for progression area. What do you mean?
Oh, it is?
Here we go with the secret versus...
Oh my fucking
oh, fuck, I'm
god.
dead. Oh, and I didn't save. Where did I last save? Oh wow, god, I'm so bad at saving.
Some things never change.
Yep. It is what it is. The more things change, the more they stay the same.
Whoa. Blew my mind.
What do the eyeballs mean?
Yeah, what does the graffiti say?
Well,
For idols,
half
what do
the
they mean?
half the graffiti is just references to "Rock Over Japan" by ARB, which was featured in Penguin Drum as covered by annoying Japanese girls, because why not? And then the rest is just whatever the hell fuzzball.
Who put the
fonts.
penguin drum references in?
Hi, what's up? How are you doing
Okay.
today? Who else would fucking do that?
I don't know. Like, who made the textures then?
I made half
Oh,
the
okay.
graffiti textures, and then Fuzzball Fox made the rest. Oh my god, this chain gunner is just annihilating me. This chain gunner is gonna annihilate me.
No, another one did.
I really should make the graffiti say "Gimme that ding." That's right, that's right. So this comes out tomorrow, right? Yeah, if map 26 is done tomorrow. Also, with all the bugs that we just found, no.
I feel like
Happy.
I haven't actually seen Marketic in like months. Is he still active?
He made a post
Covers.
in the TNT thread the other day, or at the server.
I mean, he kind of hovers.
They ain't twit anymore, so I don't know where they exist at this stage.
Oh, they're not in Doomtwit anymore?
No.
Doomtwit's a bit much sometimes.
every once in a while it does get a little.
Take me back to 2017.
It does get a little. I guess stir crazy would be the most charitable way to say it. When it's not, when certain channels don't get doom scrolly.
Imagine not just muting.
Everything.
I do have pretty much everything muted, but still far too much sometimes. Hellforge is where it's at anyway.
Yeah, it tends to be a more positive place. Though you know what, I feel weird that like, I don't know, like the only weirdness is just like, I don't know, if I have to like, if I am in like more than one community, or like just like, look, it's only a mouse click away on my computer screen. It's not, but like there's a weird mental distance I have, and it's not through like anything bad. It's just like, I'm just like, I don't know, I have this like fucked up thing where it's like, I don't know if I belong, even though everybody knows who I am.
And I have like some qualms.
I don't know like half the people. No, more like 90% of the people in there. I don't know half the people who watch this stream. Actually, I know very little of them, like as people.
I think you truly belong in a community when you know fewer people in the community than there are people who know you.
Hold on, my brain can't do the math right now.
I must admit, like I'll just sort of rephrase it. So I've kind of fallen out of interacting with Doomworld in general, I guess. I'll make the odd post here and there, but I'm not nearly as active on forums as I once was. I'm mainly in just personal discords and things like that these days. But a lot of people very much still know who I am, and I will very readily say that I interact with way fewer people on a daily basis than people who actually still know me by name.
Oh,
like,
for sure, yeah.
We've like I've even had like people just randomly come into the VC and be like, "Hey, I'm in the same VC as Jimmy," and that's like hard to deal with. Like,
oh boy, like oh man, I you know I can't imagine what it's like actually having like a fan base. I mean, like the weird thing is, I'm trying to like think of a way to.
I mean, it's hardly a fan base in fairness. It's more just the odd people who just can't contain their excitement. Which, you know, it's kind of adorable in a way.
It's adorkable. It's
yeah, but it is hard to deal with. It's like, hey, yeah, you know I'm just a guy, right?
Yeah, but I'm like,
no need to put me on that pedestal, mate.
Yeah. I mean, if that happened to me, I definitely would have that attitude. But like, I don't know. I feel like Jimmy, be honest with me. Do I have a kind of a reputation of being some sort of ogre that nobody like wants to even directly talk to?
What?
What? Bro,
Nah.
Matt.
Nah.
What's wrong?
No, cause no, look, I'm not doing this to like reinvite like some kind of public flogging. That's not it. I mean, it's like, but like there's. I don't know, like, I'm just in awe at how many times you've said that people like DM you for like just random shit sometimes, and I'm just like, I don't really get that. Like, I don't actually get it.
I think it's a bit of a stretch to say that just because people aren't PMing you like photos of their dying tortoise in a cage.
No,
What?
What the hell? What?
That actually happened.
Oh my god.
Please don't tell me that actually happened.
It was something like that. It was a few years back, but it was on Discord. Some guy just kept trying to be chummy with me, and then he was like, "Hello, this is my tortoise. He's very ill." And I had no idea how to respond.
Oh my god. Well, I'm counting my blessings right now.
Yeah, that's not an indication that people don't like you, man. That means you're not a weirdo magnet.
No, well, no, hang on. I could tell you stories from, like, me, like, in college, like, where I kind of was a weirdo magnet. There was, like, one... I don't know what it was about, like, my demeanor, or, like, just even, like, how I looked or how I talked, but every once in a while, I do attract weird people, like, in conversations, and there was this one time I was at, like, so, like, I was taking some summer courses in my last, like, college year, and I had to take this, like, the same bus stop to get into campus. And, like, in 2 days in a row, I had a conversation with somebody that really wanted to tell me about the time they were in a mental ward and that they got in a fight with, like, somebody that bit them, and that they still had the teeth marks on their neck to prove it. And then the day after was this guy who just, like, started the conversation with, like, hey man, you like beats? You like listening to beats, man? And I'm just like, I don't know, kinda. And then he, like, went on, like, about, like, his friend that like, you know, would be a DJ or whatever. He's like, yo man, he's just really good at that stuff, man. Yo, it's really great. Like, I'm just trying to, you know, get to, like, see my old lady, man. I'm trying to see that. She in jail right now. But I'm like, oh god, help, oh god. Like, this happened, like, 2 days in a row, and I'm like, oh no.
But
here's
the real question, Matt. Here's the real question. Did he tell you that his parents told you, or told him not to tell you that he wants to be a DJ?
No, I don't
I like the
think so.
cockatiel. That was a good cockatiel.
Yeah, on the
Alright,
TV
what am I
there.
doing? I'm playing Doom. Is what I'm playing.
So then, like, and then after he's like, yeah, man, I'm just, you know, waiting for her to get out, whatever. And then, like, there's a pause, and then he goes, so I'm fucking this chick the other day, right? And I'm like, oh no, God, where's the bus? And he go, but, like, later on, like, after that, he's like, oh, got a dog, it's called Black Killer, man, because, you know, he's a black dog, but he's got them killer eyes, you know? And I'm like, okay, that's great, ha ha ha. And then, like, before I get on the bus, he's like, all right, man, you know, look me up. My name's Sauce. And I'm like, Sauce? He's like, yeah, like hot sauce. And I'm like, well, it's a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Sauce. I gotta be going.
See, in those instances, you have to look. You know, if people randomly are just so enthused with the prospect of talking to you about their entire life story, that must mean that you're comfortable in some respect to be around.
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing, because, like, the only thing that could have been possibly, like, a quote-unquote icebreaker was my boss walked past me at that bus stop while that guy was there, and he's like, hey, Matt, you working today? And I'm like, I think I am, so I'll see you later, man. He's like, all right, man, take care. And that was it. That was enough to tell this other guy that I can talk to people.
Hell yeah.
So, like, but here's the thing. And here's the thing that just has bugged me for years, because this is going back, like, 15 years. As I'm taking the bus and onto campus where my class was, he stops at a stop that was right near the comedy club. That was in. So I went to college at Rutgers in New Brunswick. So he got off the bus at the stop that was right near the Stress Factory, which is the comedy club, because it's, like, right around the bend from, like, that stop. And then I'm just, like, sitting there on the bus, going, was I pranked? Was I punked? Like, was this for real, or was this, like, a bit? Was this a bit that this guy was doing to one person that seemed like a good mark to try something out on? And I'm just like, because, like, I saw him later, like days later, or like a week later, and I recognized him, and he recognized me, and he's like, hey, what's going on, man? I'm like, hey, how you doing? And then that was it.
Sauce?
No, I didn't. I was just like, hey, man, what's up? And we just passed each other, and I was just like, what the fuck? Like, but, and I'm still, like, in my head, I'm like, was I punked? Was I pranked? So, like, I don't know, man.
Small world.
I don't know, man. It was weird. That was weird times, but yeah, that's just a sample of like, just strange conversations that I attract. Oi.
You got nothing to worry about, Matt. If that's the sort of shit that's happening to you, then I have like a folder of like full of the messages that people send me. There are some corkers in here. Let me tell you.
Oh man.
Why did
I literally just had people like.
Because you're a
I
mean
literally-
bastard.
I actually had people like clients that I've worked with before just randomly asking me, so what is your taste in women, Jimmy?
Oh lordy. Oh man.
Completely randomly, unprovoked.
Good.
Just-
Good. Great. That's exactly the thing I want to be asked. On the
Well, I mean, you
fucking-
should-
I can't. I fucking. It's so bad.
What you should have done is say, well, I could give you that for a little extra, and charge them.
Yeah, send them an invoice.
Quite possibly.
Send them an invoice for advice with the ladies or what you're attracted to.
Yeah, I just send them an
Lordy.
invoice and then I just say, okay, you ready for it? Girls. That's my taste in women.
I ain't got no time. Bad bitches is the only thing that I like.
I had somebody send as their inaugural private message to me on Discord, send me a sprite where they'd edited the boss brain to have my face, and it was
Why?
actually like very well edited and very well put together. And they came with the caption, "Hey there, Jimmy. I'm a long-time fan of your work in the Doom community, so I decided to make this neat little Romero-inspired head on a pike set of sprites for you." That was weird.
That's strange, but bless.
Misguided. Yeah, that was weird.
Your favorite weirdo you interacted was the gaming is the last bastion of masculinity on this community project you worked on.
Oh,
Who was
boy,
rambling
oh,
about
man.
how they made killing illegal in MMA, so the only killing you can do is in video games. Great.
What? I mean, I would think that you can't kill in MMA.
What? They make what? That's a fucking. What?
You're not allowed to kill people in MMA anymore, so gaming is the last
I was like,
bastion of
When
masculinity.
could you kill people in MMA?
yeah, anymore is the key word here that I have dubious. That I find
Ah,
dubious.
shit! Somebody was playing TPH and I missed it because I'm playing Doom. Damn it! Oh,
Oh,
I'll have to watch the VOD.
Who was playing?
It's the spat person who I didn't want to watch
Oh.
because I'm extremely bigoted against VTubers, but then I watched it
Oh,
because
no,
somebody
we missed-
playing TPH. Okay, this fight is dumb, and I probably need to change it, but whatever, let's do it.
That's a truck.
Here, maybe I can do this. Oh, I didn't get all this. No wonder.
wait, which VTuber is playing through TPH?
It's
I'll post in chat.
the V stands for very cool. Yeah. Anyways, dang it, I was gonna watch somebody play TPH, but I'm playing TNT 2 because I want to play Habitat 2, the best map ever made. Suck it, everybody else.
Oh fuck, I'm gonna. Oh, you know, like, I don't know if I want to see Habitat. There's so much that I'm very conflicted about this stream.
Okay, I got one of the vials down. That was it. And I got the other vial to come out here, and hopefully I can get him stuck on the gate. I did get him stuck on the gate. That means I can blast damage him. Okay.
Yeah, Tarns, how come you haven't paid for some kind of VTuber rig for you?
Why the fuck would I do that? God. That's the worst.
yeah.
That's a worse question than how come I haven't got an affiliate yet. Fuck that.
I know I'm not a fan of VTubers, but I will support my friends who happen to be VTubers, of which there are multiple.
Yeah, that's a
Really?
good stance. That's a good stance. Bros before principals. I'm not a fan of criminals, but there's straight up some people that I would bail out of jail.
Wait, well, I've slept on this conversation. How did we go from VTubers to bailing people out of jail?
Well, we're talking about supporting your friends, you know?
Oh, right.
I will support my friends within reason.
Look, alright, sometimes fuck the police.
It was just a little light murder,
Sometimes
okay?
sometimes fuck the police, but also sometimes you shouldn't stand by a friend or family. Sometimes you need to draw a line in the sand where you stand on certain issues, and if people cross a certain line, it's okay to disassociate with them.
I am just
Hey.
dying. When did I save last? I don't know about that one, buddy.
He didn't say...
I just was like having bad time with that Revenant. It's okay, there's health on this map. Because I put health in maps. Occasionally, supposedly.
When you're feeling nice.
Honestly, man, because it's Tarns, if he did a fucking VTuber rig, he'd like, for whatever reason, you know he'd like go maximum effort. I.e. maximum cost.
I mean, I can't see Tarns being any VTuber avatar other than Nico.
With,
Okay,
like,
okay, stop.
Oversized breasts.
First of all, no, hold on. First of all, Nico is delicious flat chest. Second of all, that's my Doomworld avatar solely because Essel wanted to change her avatar. I was proud not having an avatar, and then I agreed to do it with her to give her cover to support a friend, and I haven't changed it because my stance is you should never change your avatar, even though I was allowing her to do that. So, I will not.
I do miss the Cloud.
Uh,
Essel VTuber Cloud. Essel Cloud VTuber when fully rigged, unhappy Cloud model, like Reigns.
and just like the other reason I have
Self-shaded.
an avatar on Discord is because Heather wouldn't shut the fuck up about like, you should have a picture.
My God.
Almost everything I do in my life only happens because women nag me into doing it.
Oh my fucking God, dude.
One time, I mean, I mean, I have a beard now, because one day I was just like, fuck it, I don't want to shave very often anymore. But then, like, way back in the past, like when I was like leaving college, I did have a beard, and then I went to some kind of a company party, and somebody was just like, yeah, or it was some woman who was like, yeah, babyface is in. The babyface looks pretty good, and I'm like, all right. And as soon as I went home, beard gone.
That's a mood and a half right there. I just love that Liz just posted, someone please explain Bills fans.
I can't explain them.
I think upstate New York as a hellscape is probably the best response.
They're very much invested in the hellscapeness of.
Hey man,
Which
sometimes you just need to jump through a table, dude, and we need to respect them for being the heroes. Chain gunners, can you please shoot at me? No? Okay, cool. Why do I have a chainsaw? Is there an eternity command to drop a weapon?
Oh, don't think so.
Can you code an eternity command
Oh,
so
you
I
can-
get rid of the chainsaw?
Wait, do WEP8, WEAP8, just as like a cheat, open, not even in the console.
Oh, sweet, I don't have a chainsaw anymore. Dope.
That's like a fucking boom thing, I think. That's either a boom or an MBF thing.
Oh, it like toggles the weapon you have?
Yeah.
Oh.
That was one of those things I had to be sure not to fucking break when I did EDF weapons.
Oh.
Huh.
I hear some kind of animal outside my window and I have no idea what.
The
2
brick
o'clock, probably
texture that
o'clock.
I always use is so beautiful. Are you talking about that white brick texture? Yeah, it's pretty dope. This one right here?
It is 2 o'clock, so probably a fox, but it sounds a bit too high-pitched. so it might just be a weird owl. We do have tawny owls around that make normal owl noises.
Be right back.
Okay. Okay.
Ow. Yeah, it's a great texture. I think I had saved recently. Which one is... This is later, right? Back here. Really, bro?
Oh wait, I didn't read
That's
Market
not
Antique
the
then.
chain gun!
Market Anarchy? I don't think so.
Hey, he did it.
Unless you, like, joined all of the sectors somehow.
Good at doing.
Trademark.
Oh, they happen multiple times a stream. Like, pretty routinely. I'd
Well,
wager
that
that
was-
Tarnsman
That
is
was
one
a
of the
very
best at
special one.
Doom.
There. That was announced. That was.
I think that's
Yeah,
the first
I-
time I've blown myself up this strain.
Yeah, but like it does
also,
happen.
I think everybody does it. You know, I watched some Vile good at Dooms himself. Okay, so if Vile can good at Doom himself, I'm not gonna feel bad about it.
Yeah, no, there's nothing to feel bad of. But like, you have the most ridiculous ones.
There are some.
Usually,
times
like,
there, like-
there's some real special ones.
Honestly, I good at doing myself when I wake up in the morning.
Wake up feeling like
Every
a
morning,
fucking
I open palm slam, fucking
a rocket into my face.
yeah. It's barrels of fun.
Man,
Oh no, I hear the sound. It's fox rape noises. Cool. Love when they do that. Love when they do that.
I'm blaming,
Definitely
I'm
doesn't
blaming
sound
you
terrible.
for that death. Oh my god, what? Fox rape noises?
Foxes are terrible and make bad noises as they ignore. I mean, the concept doesn't exist for them.
No,
you
that's
know,
not
but, like,
good at Doom. That was the greatest Cyber Demon snipe of all time, right? That's the one where, like, the Cyber Demon sniped me from, like, 1.5 miles away at like, the perfect time to where right as I was going around the corner.
Oh yeah, you are a master projectile catcher. Be it intentional or no.
Well,
And
that
back.
Welcome back. Man, I thought that the foxes, like, they'd been quiet until now. God damn
what
it.
is going on with this? What am I shooting? It's shooting the... What? Look at where the bullets are landing.
It's
What?
going up right. It's going up and to the right.
Wait, are you sure that's not the chain gunners? Puffs?
No, that's my puffs. That's where my bullets were going.
Oh, what?
I think one of my favorite maps for demonstrating how completely and totally fucked the block map is map 32 of Doom 2, for some reason. It's extremely basic, and yet, like, you can try out some really basic code pointers there, like shooting a big circle of bullets, and they'll just half of them will disappear depending on where you fucking are.
Okay, well,
So what the fuck?
I mean,
Well, the whole map is kind of aligned to 128 by 128 blocks.
Yeah.
oh yeah, because it's a wolf and... Yeah, that makes sense.
Why did they make the Wolfenstein map so bloody huge? Like 128 was like easily twice what they could have gone with.
Making them 64 by 64, yeah, kinda work.
It could have worked, but it'd be like way more claustrophobic.
I mean, that's how the original Wolfenstein was, really.
Yeah,
Good. That means they're smaller.
But then you have like I don't know, like, weirdly enough, like, the solid colors for, like, the floor and the ceiling didn't, like, you know, make things feel too closed in for some strange reason.
Running speed, you guess? Oh, yeah, maybe.
Oh, yeah, that too, yeah.
Maybe I should, if I weren't, like, co-hosting a stream, I'd do the thing where I just let the dog out. And then the foxes usually go quiet for a bit. Even though the dog ain't gonna do shit, she just gets annoyed.
I ran into that crusher. Good for me. Or, wait, no, I'm back here. Okay, I had already gone in there.
Squish.
I did it again. I am...
Champion.
I need to time that better. Jesus Christ.
That was a very impressive rocket on the part of that Cyber Demon, by the way.
Oh yeah, no, that rocket was like legendary. Like,
I love the one where it's the Revenant, the rocket that like curves through like 3 or 4 windows to get
oh
round
yeah,
back to
yeah,
you.
yeah, that Revenant rocket, that one's like all time.
That was a fucking move.
That rocket's got tenacity, it does.
Some of my favorite moments in Doom are when I'm losing in really fucking funny ways.
Who's the one that has the clip of... I think it's you, Jimmy, that, like, has the clip of, like, you, like, die, but you skid very, very close to a med kit, and it's just...
Oh, that's the
red... the red pixel on it.
The saddest clip of all time.
That's happened to me so many times now, I wouldn't be able to pinpoint one specific moment. I had that happen during recording footage from my Genesis video, and I just left it in, and I just included the screen cap message as well, because I'm collecting those screenshots now.
You're
Like
one of the
my
few people you know who enjoys using crushers. I always talk about how much I love crushers and how I need to use them more, honestly.
Yeah, they're not used very often, I don't think. Unfortunately.
Yeah,
Also,
it's
you're,
either a Medikit or Berserker or Mega. It's usually a Medikit. That's yeah. One time it was Invulnerability. That was a deep cut.
Your long form YouTube videos are so good.
Yeah, I should actually put a schedule together for next year. See if I can actually stick to it this time. I've got an anyone can MIDI video in the works as well that I've been had in the works for like 6 months now. So that needs finishing.
A hot minute.
Just the tail end of this year's been pretty horrible for my motivation, all told. Like I'm just spread way too thin right now. So I need to work through commissions and things like that, especially.
Oh, did you get the stuff I sent you for Blutonia, by the way?
Remind me what you said?
I sent you money.
Oh. When was that?
I don't know, like 2 months ago, probably.
Oh, fuck me, okay.
Time to check the bank statements.
Check the old PayPal. Let's see. Did we formally agree on the workload for that, by the way?
I don't know. I figured it'd be like with Spain, where you just make some stuff and then I pay for more as we go, seeing what we need to fill.
Alright. Let's see, activity.
I figure once that thing gets into more high gear, we'll worry about it.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. Date past 90 days. Let's have a look. See. I'm not seeing any Richards on this list just yet. Let's have a look. See.
I'll have to go find it. I remember
All of
doing it.
2021. Let's just search all of fucking 2021. Oh crikey, there it is. Oh, okay. That's Alright, how many tracks does that sum of money boil down to?
I don't care. I figure it's like Spain, dude. Your whatever your rate is whatever you want to give me for that.
Okay.
So you put him on retainer, I guess.
I just am like, what? Like,
What is my rate?
I don't even remember. That's why I didn't bother like caring. I just figured I'd.
That's a very specific amount of money. I'm assuming you send this US dollars.
I sent, yeah, I sent it US. That's probably why it converted into fucking whatever. Yeah.
Strange
that's,
number.
That's like a prime number or something.
Only sending people like prime numbers.
That's like... Okay, so if I was to like really like ballpark figure this is like 10 5-minute tracks that you've got for me.
Yeah, make it like 12 3-minute tracks. That's fine.
That 12 3-minute tracks.
Just let's do like Spain, dude. I know you have a bunch of other work. As we get more maps done, just make some stuff. We'll fill gaps in. If I need to throw a bit more money in there, it's fine.
Alrighty. So Surfer Rock, yep.
Yeah, and anything that feels blue to you.
Joni Mitchell
Blue music,
MIDI time. Joni Mitchell MIDI time.
I got some research to do then.
But like put that on your back burner though, dude. Like don't feel like you need to get to that. Because
Alright.
the project's kind of on the back burner right now. So
I get it.
I'm kind of waiting for when AD gets done, because I don't want it to be 28 me maps again. Like I would like it to be, you know, a bit more of all of us contributing.
Are you using that Gubble tune, by the way? That water?
Oh, I
track
probably will, yeah. The one that the one we use for Square, right?
The one that I think, did use for Square. That was in the we can
placeholder.
probably,
yeah.
that we will be using this until such a time as we've actually composed some stuff. Short-term work is not how I describe my current state, Market Anarchy, but I am short on, I guess, just general time and drive to really do one specific thing, because I'm spread quite thin at the moment between commissions, personal projects, work, streaming on the odd occasion. So I've just got to prioritize my shit, basically.
Hey, Stead Bunny. Yeah, no, that's why I said don't really focus too much on that for now. I eventually will also be probably hiring you to do at least half of TPH2 soundtrack.
TPH2.
I want to be fucking overseeing the EDF. God damn it.
I'll send you the EDF. You can fuck with it.
Good.
I'm getting rid of the rocket launcher shotgun. It's now a rocket launcher chain gun.
Nice.
Good.
So it's just a chain gun with explosive puffs.
Yeah, I almost didn't go to Del Caco. That would have been fucking tragic. Let's go to the proper secret exit.
How many speed midis are on my list? It's a good question. Are there any requests that are outstanding. I don't know if there's any requests outstanding from my channel point rewards thing. So theoretically, if you have the channel points to spare, you could just throw me another prompt and I'll work on it on my next composition stream. Just an hour speed MIDI, if that's what you're after. You're in there somewhere. Oh fuck. I'm sure I wrote this down somewhere.
Alright, what do you wanna order from the drive-thru, Matt?
From the Del Caco
Yeah.
drive-through.
Yeah, they're waiting to take our order. Come on, man.
All right, could I get 2 Caco melts, 1 Caco Supreme. I realize these are Taco Bell
Hey,
items.
hold on, guys. Do they still do the fucking Doritos Caco?
I hope so. Could we? Do you still do the Doritos Caco?
They say no. That was a promotional thing. That's not
Oh
happening.
man. All right. Well then, what else does everybody else want?
I'll have a popcorn caco bucket
Popcorn
No.
Caco bucket,
with a large soda.
large soda.
They still got those around here. Go away. We're like closed. They're being
They're
rude.
like closed.
They're being rude to me. Yeah, I don't see anybody in there working it. Let me go check.
You get fucking
A
punked
map-
by teenagers
Map
again.
number 26 with extra dip.
Yeah, I don't see anybody working in here. Maybe they're in the back. Maybe they're in the fridge. Let me see what happens if I go in the fridge. Oh, that's weird. Something weird happened. I went in the fridge. Fuck. It took me back in time. What the fuck?
Nice.
That's an opening shot.
That's an opening shot. I'll skip this map. This map's too cool. I'll let people.
Are you gonna like skip 32 as well then?
I'll let people see that later.
I think that's the most
because-
Tarnsman secret exit I've ever seen in my fucking life.
I didn't make that map. What are you talking about? Pinchy map.
Yo.
You didn't make the Taco Bell?
Oh, of course. Yeah, I think I did.
That's what I mean. That's the most Tarnsman thing I've ever seen. That secret exit.
I know. That's why I was saying I didn't make it.
Okay.
That's such a good secret exit.
What did you bring trustworthy software in for just the secret?
Yeah, that's exactly what happens. Exactly.
Oh, I
Oh,
see.
fucking subcontracting to Chinese. Like,
Hey, man. That's
you
called.
know you're gonna get what you pay for,
It's
right?
called
Like,
business.
It's a globalist economy now.
Yeah, exactly.
yeah, but you get what you pay for, you know? That's gonna, like, not be a great secret exit. Like, there's probably gonna be problems with it soon. You're just gonna spend more money on maintenance.
He's getting it fast and cheap, okay? He's getting
Yeah,
those two sides of the triangle.
Exactly.
Yeah, fast and cheap.
Well, not fast,
Oh,
but cheap.
speaking of that kind of shit and also the DM stuff, my personal favorite thing is like when one of my project managers is telling a client like something can't happen and like it's a giant email chain and then suddenly I start getting CC'd on it by the client like I'm gonna see it and magically be able to be like I'm gonna make you happy.
I think Dragonfly's had that happen a couple of times as well with
man.
clients that aren't happy with management in he only deals with the design aspect. He doesn't deal with like server stuff. But like he'll be CC'd in like because he's another representative of the company, obviously, so he has clout. He has the ability to fix everything because he's a different person. It's like I want to speak to the manager right now. But he's not the manager, he's just some other dude that works at the company.
Oh no, man,
Oh, boy.
I'm gonna just include the boss is like one of my new favorite things. I mean, to be fair, there are certain things where like if I get, if a client like sends an email like I've been trying to get an answer on this and you've been very unresponsive, that's like immediately I'm gonna like jump on it and be like, well, what the fuck's going on? But I've actually gotten like a lot better about that. Because I once had an employee tell me that I needed to stop reacting to clients being angry like he had just walked into their office, fucked their daughter, and took a shit on their desk. I'm like, alright, bro.
Interesting comparison.
No, because there's certain things that piss me off. Like, I tend to be very big on, like, respond to emails. Like, that's huge. Communication's really important in business. The dumbest compliment that I get all the time that just blows me away is that I pick up the phone. Like, I have clients who are like, I love that you pick up the phone. That, like, if I need to talk to somebody, I can get to you. Like,
or that you actually have a phone you pick up.
no, that, like, when they reach out to speak to me, like, I respond to them. I don't just blow them off. And I'm like, how is that the bar? Like, that's...
I thought it was like, I like your taste in office equipment. You have ones with actual receivers that you pick the phone up.
No. That, like, if they call, they don't just get a voicemail. I am so fucked.
Tarns, I like how you have a mouth that produces sound that then gets interpreted by my brain as words.
Yeah. Not many people have those.
Yeah, no, that's the bar, man.
Damn, then what other kind of people do they talk to? I guess they don't do that.
Well, there's a lot in construction. Engineers especially are like the kings of, there's a problem, I'm just not going to, like, respond to you or address it and hope that you just go away.
Are we talking like civil engineers or are we talking software engineers? Because probably both, I would say.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, Matt and I are both fucking coders. We know software engineers. We know...
Lordy.
That's a big one. Just basically, I don't know, it feels like that's a common trend, is if there's a problem, like, I'm just not gonna respond to you because I don't have the thing to say to you that will make you happy, so I just don't want to have this conversation.
Well, oh man, one time in my previous job, I'm like 5 or 6 years into it, and I always dreaded getting phone calls from like one, because we were kind of like internal support for our own software, but the person that would always call up would just like to be handheld all the time. Okay. So one day, like, because like some part was not working, and I gave them a bunch of like workarounds, and it's like, okay, we're working on it. But then there was also like some stuff where it's like, this is out of our hands. This is this is a problem. We can't immediately like fix this, like, because like some things were like busy or whatever. And then at one point, I was so exasperated because I said, person's name here, what exactly would you want me to do? Like, I lost patience, and this was like several years in, so I was just like, this is a sign. This is a sign I really shouldn't be here anymore. But oh god, it was just like that moment was like, oh fuck, and I definitely, some people above me heard me, but I was just like, listen, I don't know what to do in this situation. They're just not going to take any answer I give. And we know they don't. What do I do?
Did I tell you about the call I got for the bowl of dicks?
I think, but I don't specifically remember it.
I had an employee tell a client once that he could go eat a bowl of dicks. And so I then got a call, and it was like his helper. It wasn't even like him, it was his helper, I think, if I remember correctly. Anyways, he calls me, and I just pick up the phone. I'm like, yeah. And he's like, hey, we need to have a conversation. I'm like, all right, that's a weird way to start a call. Okay, what's up? He's like, one of your guys just told me to eat a bowl of dicks. And I'm like,
what did you do?
All right, that's a new one. And then I called him. I called the guy working with him because I didn't want to call him directly. And I was like, hey, did person's name here tell the guy on site to eat a bowl of dicks. And then I just hear the other guy I call yell across the job site, "Hey, guy's name, did you tell a guy to eat a bowl?" And then I hear the other guy yell back, "Yeah!"
Well, they're honest.
Anyways, the guy had like a facial deformity, and from what I understand is some comments were made about it, and so he just like was like, "Dude, I'm done talking to you. Go eat a bowl of dicks."
Oh shit.
Anyways, to where
Damn.
yeah, but
Woo.
See, in that situation, what I would have probably said is if the guy had called me up and said like, "One of your employees just called me a bowl of dicks," I would just be like, "Oh, right, okay. I'm sorry that you're a bowl of dicks," and then put the phone down.
yeah,
No,
can't
that's
do
if you
that
get
for the
you
problem.
cannot do that unless you have like a way too much money. Then,
Yeah, that's like
That's you have I can piss off China money.
yeah. But like I don't know. I'm still going back to my to my protocol of, well, what did you do? What did you do to cause
Anyway,
that?
so yeah, that's the Bill.
'Cause that-
That's the Bill Burr. Like, well, hockey has 5 minutes for instigating, or 15 seconds for instigating.
Uh,
Were you
Man.
just sitting there?
that was like the yeah, because you have to ask those questions and like troubleshooting. It's like, oh, this thing happened. Okay. Where were you? What screen are you on? What did you click something? What page? Need to figure out this problem.
It's the
First
light
thing in
on the
troubleshooting.
side.
What'd you do?
on. Have you tried turning it on?
Have you tried calling them a bowl of dicks?
Anyways, so that was one of the best conversations I've ever had to have. It's not the best all time. Is hey, everybody has to pull off the site rabid dogs, or feral dogs. I'm sorry.
30 to
Oh.
50?
No, it was just dogs. Straight up, like, what do you mean you can't? There's dogs. Like, what does that mean? There's just dogs. Like, like dogs. Yeah, like wild dogs. Oh, okay.
just like have one of the dudes walk off site with like meat, jerky.
Large bones.
It's a work site. Surely somebody has beef jerky.
No, this was like
in their truck.
This was like by the border. This was like very remote dog country. It was
Oh,
just
wow.
like, what? Okay, that's a
Yeah,
new
sure.
one.
And you just give the beef jerky
Okay,
out.
send in the horses.
Send in the horses. There's also
Now there's horses on the site.
there was the we can't work because somebody just decided to come on site and start dirt biking
Dirt
on the
bike.
spoil pile. That dude was a champion, legendary.
Oh boy. Oh, Market Anarchy in chat says, last call I took when I quit at AOL was, how about I tell you to go to hell and hang up on you, after he said, how about you do your job and cancel my account? Dang.
Boy.
Love to work at a place where people
Piece
can
of equipment stuck.
berate
There
me.
was the work van stuck in a pit because they dug the ramp away.
Well,
What do you mean you're stuck in the pit? We're stuck in the pit. How are you stuck in the pit? Well, we drove down here and then they dug the ramp away. How?
surely they knew that the ramp was for the truck.
At that point, you just buried the truck in the pit and just forget all about it. I think that's actually what they tend to do, isn't it?
No, they fucking built a new ramp.
Yeah, well, I don't know. I remember reading somewhere
World's
that,
most
like,
powerful
Maybe-
winch.
maybe it was back in the day when these things, I don't know, were just way too
There are some
expensive to
things
maintain.
where you leave shit behind. I forget
Like the-
exactly what.
The channel
You
tunnel,
leave
for
stuff-
example, that they built these two gigantic drilling machines to
meet in the middle of the channel tunnel, and then they just sort of buried them in the dirt and left them forever.
Yeah, so there are some instances with stuff like that where, yes, you would do stuff like that, where you're building equipment into what you're building, and you're just going to leave it there. Like, that absolutely does happen. That's not a work fan.
Okay.
That's like,
Cyrus, I
like
have seen your PM, by the way. Just acknowledging that quickly. Thank you for reminding me. Sorry it's taken so long.
Just noticed the user handle fire is wet. That's a good handle.
Fire is wet.
Yeah, good handle.
Well, water is a dry utility, so.
Of this story, that story.
God fucking damn it.
I feel like I should have a rocket launcher. I always get lost in this map. I did get the the blue key leads to the exit. That's right. Just not be in here. This is very painful.
Now, thinking back a long while back in the stream where, like, it's like, hey Matt, you should try maybe making something for Quake. I mean, I think I have an opportunity just with Doombringer.
That's why I was yelling at you when you said you hadn't done it before.
I mean,
because I'm like, what? Working on a Quake game.
I mean, yeah, and I'm like, oh, that would be a perfect opportunity. But like, I think like the thing is, I feel like I've already carved out what my responsibilities would be. But I don't think that Christus would be opposed to me saying like, hey, could I like try making something or whatever? And
This
he'd probably
poor
be like,
MIDI.
yeah, go ahead.
Why this poor MIDI?
I'll just pedal around in trench broom and just see what comes of it.
Yeah, I think we do our blocking. I'm not sure of everybody's sort of workflow, but I think we block out in trench broom, and then I think the rest is filled in with whatever. Was it Dark Radiant or something? Whatever Dark Place is.
I don't know. There's GTK Radiant for like OG.
Yeah. So it's like, yeah, I think that would be the approach, but it's like, oh man, it's been a long time since I've touched GT. I think it was either Q Radiant or GTK Radiant that I've made. Wait, well, around the Quake 3 era, what was that? What Radiant was it? Was it QE Radiant, I think? And then, yeah, I think that was like the last Quake editor I used, because before that it was Worldcraft for Quake 1 and Quake 2.
The basis for Hammer.
Yep.
It's association to Sting Theory. Oh, okay. I've always associated with this map. This is one of the OG TNT 2 maps, by the way.
Oh, that managed to survive.
Yeah. All of the
Oh boy,
Valkyrie Forces all of the Valkyrie Forces maps have been in since the beginning.
Nice. Good job to Valkyrie Force.
Yep.
I remember Quark. Fletcher says Quark. The Quake Army Knife. That's a long time ago. Like a lot of my experience, yeah, with early editors is just going to be like Worldcraft or QE Radiant or oh god, the worst Quake editor I've ever used was like one of the first ones. And it was like probably like on that like a Q zone type of like CD-ROM, and it was called Threed, and it was fucking terrible.
Threed?
Yeah, like Threed, or I think it was called Threed.
Like 3D, but like spelt phonetically, like.
Or maybe like THREED.
Yeah,
like,
that's what I was thinking. Yeah.
Like the town in Earthbound.
Okay.
The George Lucas ass name.
Yeah.
Just reminded of that time we ended that stream just going Sheev. Sheev.
There's been some quality stream ending moments.
I think that was after DTST as well. Yeah, because we've been talking about Star Wars because you were stuck on the fucking
The Geonosis.
the Geonosis fight, yeah. God, what a fucking map set that is.
It's bad. Like,
Oh, unequivocally, yeah.
yes, there's an I'm not picking that up. I don't even know why I thought about picking that up. I agree that there's a way to be nicer about saying it's bad. Like, I feel the harping on the production time of it is a little unnecessarily mean.
Yeah.
Because there is like an implied. I'm playing like crap right now. There's like an implied you wasted 10 years on your life on this lol loser kind of attitude to it, which I think is not.
No, yeah, it really isn't. Like, or like the like if you like work on something, it's usually going to be like off and on. It's not going to be like a constant thing either. I mean, so it's like even with like that sort of assessment, it's going to be, you know, not a solid 10 years.
Unless it's a
Anyway.
post, and then that 10 days was nothing but that.
Yeah, it was off and on.
Really? And I think you worked on that post straight for 10 days, man. Be honest.
That was all it was. No, like actually, what did I work on? Like I had Christmas week off and I have this week off. I think what I've been actually working on was just like, I don't know, some like HTTP type of utilities or whatever for like web services. But then like, it was so that I can, well, I guess, and then like off and on. I'm trying to add like an actual like graphical user interface for either Doom Make or something like that. But like I have to like figure out what. Like whenever I make a utility, I want to make something that I would find useful, and even though like the GUI stuff is not going to be useful to me, it's like, well, what if I were forced to use it?
The GUI
how would I
stuff
design
will be
this?
useful to me and actually make me use your utilities.
Yeah. Well, yeah, silver lining.
Same.
Thank you,
not
Jimmy,
hard.
for supporting the user interface brigade.
I
right-
can't do command line shit. Fucking Git makes my head just explode.
Oh well,
in a
Git's
fiery
just
ball of
difficult to
flame.
use. Git's
Yeah.
just difficult to use.
You know what? Git is difficult to use, but I see it like democracy. It's messy, but it's way better than everything else.
I disagree. Democracy's only good if I agree with what's being done.
Oh, okay.
Democracy isn't better
Hello,
than all
Twitter.
Democracy isn't better than all the alternatives. I mean, there's like, you know, fucking.
Theocratic
There's-
monarchy.
No, I was gonna say there's
One
you
guy
know-
says everything, and then because God told them to.
yeah, there's a theocratic monarchy where I specifically am the theocratic monarch.
Yeah,
That's the only better thing.
Yeah.
I like that one. Let's do that one.
The Egyptians had it best, with the pharaoh representing also the head of the I guess the religious part of it, like absolute.
Fletcher,
rule.
that's not how that works.
That isn't that how that works.
I'm yelling at Fletcher.
Okay,
Oh.
listen. I have been expressly informed that if the government does literally anything, it's communism. So that makes you a communist in all respects.
Oh, there you go.
But also fuck the state.
Of California.
If the queen never dies, does that make her a theological monarch? Theocratic monarch.
What up with the
No,
queen? Didn't she have like a message come out recently? But people are like, this looks deep faked or something.
That's because people feel. That's because she like went to hospital and people are like thinking she died.
Oh no.
Pharaoh
Except
all
she
the
didn't.
way. Yeah. See, there we go. Now we're talking.
Queen Elizabeth, a pretty
I mean,
cool
she's-
lady.
Meh. I'm
I
gonna
saw-
say no.
I saw some black and white footage of Prince Philip that must have been like 50 years old earlier today. He did not look any younger, frankly.
Yeah, well,
Yeah.
Prince Philip looked the exact same whenever I see pictures of him. I mean, the Queen looked
I
far
like that
different,
old
but,
Twitter
yeah.
account, which was like things that could kill Prince Philip, and it was just like, it was like Billie Eilish's bad guy could fucking kill Prince Philip.
You're only gonna support a pharaoh
Wait, hold on.
if they're actually divine.
What, which one's the pedophile? Is that Andrew?
Andrew, Prince Andrew.
Okay, alright.
Yeah, he's a nonce.
I love that that's what nonce means, because that makes the map name nonsense even better.
Nonsense, yeah.
Well, it's also a cryptographic term too, which is
Yeah.
like,
Like a throwaway
Very-
key or something.
yeah, which really, every time fucking during Quake development, it was like, oh, token nonces. I'm just, oh my fucking god.
The
Please.
token nonsense Jared Fogle, I believe, in every conversation.
There's a great, I think it's Auntie Donna bit where they're like,
Oh, yeah.
how do we make people forget that we gave pedophile Jared Fogle $10 million? And they're like, if we put this on a sandwich, would that make people forget? It's like, hear me out, Italian bread. It's actually, yeah, it's a fucking fantastic.
Fucking love Auntie Donna.
Yeah.
I'm trying to engage my brain. It's difficult. What was I thinking? But yeah, no, I don't think that Queen Elizabeth's that cool. I mean, she's willing to, like, protect her pedophile son over her grandkid that, like, just kind of wanted to marry a black lady.
She's done cool stuff in the past, like the time she basically like trolled. What was it? It was like either like an Arab prince or like it was from some nation that like doesn't allow women to drive or whatever. And I think it was like probably like from like Saudi Arabia or whatever. And she was and she like insisted on driving that person around like from place to place in England.
I mean, that's funny, but, like, she still would rather protect her fucking child sex offender
Yeah.
than the person dealing with racist abuse in the family. So, you know, it's like, yeah.
I'm not saying that one necessarily erases the other. I'm just she's been on Earth a long fucking time.
Too long.
A long fucking time.
End monarchy. Make the UK a republic. Oh, this poor cyber demon.
It is a poor cyber.
Is the reason why the monarchy is kept? Yeah, that's not a good place for a cyber demon.
No, he teleported there.
Oh, okay. Oh, that's even weirder. Wow.
Things can teleport into places that they don't fit.
Yeah,
vertically.
I used to, there's a Spider Mastermind, I think it's TNT map 20, back when, like, I thought the Spider Mastermind was the coolest monster, and I was using Doom 95, I think I was probably, like, 14 or something, I would get that Spider Mastermind to teleport, and it would get stuck and couldn't move, and I could look at its maul and be like, yeah, Spider Mastermind's the best monster. That was back when
Wasn't
I...
truly the coolest monster until you gave him gave it the MC hammer slide.
Yeah. That was also when I thought any map that had a Spider Mastermind in it was automatically like a better map than a map that didn't have a Spider Mastermind in it.
And then you played Heartland, and the only Spider
I
Mastermind you
fucking
ever
want that one.
encountered
Just got
was a
beaten.
was a corpse of one.
That's my
Yeah.
all-time favorite. Like, spiders are so fucking worthless moment because like I didn't even know it existed.
I really
Yeah.
should. I really should hook my laptop up to my mixer again, and just so I have like Frolic at the ready.
Bom, bom, bom.
Oh yeah, was there a beer of the evening, or is it?
Nah, it's just tap water.
Water is good for you. Everybody
Water
should
is
hydrate. Most people are dehydrated and need to hydrate.
Drink water.
Drink water. Touch grass.
Touch grass, drink water. It's good for you.
Touch the water in the grass. Wake up early. Touch the water that's on the grass.
Yeah, generally wake up earlier in the morning than you do. Be a morning person.
No.
Yeah.
I woke up early this morning on account of just not being able to fucking sleep. So I just got up begrudgingly, had some water, had a cup of tea, had a cup of coffee later on, and then I was just pissing every 5 minutes for the entire day. I was so
God,
mad.
Coffee,
yeah.
coffee's a diuretic, isn't it? Or
Diuretic, yeah. Well, and
I-
tea, but like, yeah, at some point, there's like a weird amount of caffeine in your body where your body's just like, I'm just gonna pee once every hour. Hope that's fine with you.
Sugar also does that to
Ugh.
you as well.
Oh
No.
yeah.
Which is like water, you know? You just consume it. And it doesn't do anything that weird.
If only my body like literally just accepted the water that I offered it.
What?
Oh, there's a... Ah, fuck. What...
Is
you
that
should
the?
probably
Are
say-
you thinking of the "I'm so tired of peeing" bit?
Yeah, I'm thinking of the I'm so tired of peeing bit.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, where it's like I
With
drink
it,
the water and then I go to the bathroom to undrink the water.
And it's put over a clip of fucking-
Monogatari, yeah.
Yeah.
That's,
Vicious cycle here. I found it.
yeah.
Got it. I'm just gonna put this in the general chat.
Fucking
If that's okay with you.
shit.
Fucking bullshit.
Good video.
Yeah, this is it.
I am so tired of peeing. I drink the water, which I apparently eat
Quality.
liver someday, and then I have to go put the water somewhere
a
else
fucking
5
nerd
minutes
as well.
later. I drink the water, I go to a place to undrink the water, I wash my hands.
I like every
leave,
once in a
and then
while
I have to
when,
drink more
when
water.
things get
Guess where that
posted in
water
that
ends up?
channel
Not it.
that people are just like, why is this being posted? Because they're not listening to the stream or they're not in the voice chat.
I love it when it's random ass pictures off my phone when I'm looking for one specific picture, and then I remember that I have pictures like the dude loading Panay into a magazine to shoot himself in the head and saying "Mamma Mia."
That's one of my fucking favorite images of all time. That one. That's great.
Wait, loading penne into a...
Like he's got the magazine for a pistol and he's loading Penne into it, and then he like holds it up to his
I
head.
will try and find this image.
And it says
Oh
he
my
goes
God.
"Mamma Mia."
Found it.
Yikes.
There's an even better subtitle on it as well. Ravioli, ravioli, give me the death I deserve, Violi.
Oh, that's funny.
That doesn't count. I'm
That's just so-
resurrecting.
that's just so
I'm
dumb.
resurrecting because I'm fucking losing my. I'm also typing resurrect correctly.
Oh, you know what? That's a,
Resurrect.
from the chat. Fletcher, it says "Pasta la vista, baby."
Pasta la vista, baby. Oh my god.
Resurrecting.
Resurrectoni.
Oh, I forgot about the digging to get to the key. Oh, it's so VF. Dude, Valkyrie
VF?
Valkyrie Force.
Oh, that's good.
It is good. Valkyrie Force does some cool shit.
Yeah, Vanilla
That is
Wizard,
good.
Valkyrie Force. Yeah.
Oh man. Mamma mia. That's fucking good.
Good.
Oh, you need the link to it. Hold on. Mark Adaniki, give me. Actually, Jimmy would be able to do it before me because my hands are full at the moment.
It's okay, I got this. I'm gonna
Cool.
put it in the Twitch chat, Aruni. The link to the water thing.
Isn't
yeah.
this room in Caribbean in I guess because this is called Galapagos, that makes sense. Okay.
Well, I think they also meant the picture of the pasta.
No, it's the water thing.
Oh,
specifically.
alright.
The pasta thing is so yeah, that's one of my favorite images too. Hold on.
So good.
What was the image that you had at the bottom of TPH's README file?
Oh,
And just left it there.
it's some like Japanese learn English thing where it's like while you were doing something, I was in South America making, I'll find it. Hold on. Tarnsman's projectile hell for testing. TPH TXT. Here it is. While you were holding your dream girl in your single bed, I peeled an eraser smelling of coke at an exorbitant price with a toothless old man in the dense forests of South America. That's what it is. I don't know why that's in the README, but I'm never removing it because it was there for.
I feel like that's one of those things that like start those like letters like between Japanese people. Like they always have like the giant lead-ins. Like when you hear that like people like write letters to each other in Japan, like there's always like this like long lead-in for some reason, like this very poetic lead-in that people like writing. That's what I'm gonna pick if I ever have a pen pal in Japan.
That's your lead-in.
This will be my lead-in. I'll be like, what the fuck?
I'm just gonna play Habitat too.
Oh,
Also,
you
'cause
just like
I wanna listen
living?
to aim shoot kill.
extended mix.
Extended mix. My favorite part of Jimmy's extended
Not removed
mixes
by
is
Xavier.
Taser constantly removing them and me being like, why are you getting rid of it? He's like, because it's a stock MIDI. I'm like, no, it's not. You need to tell me these things. Sorry, I just assumed you knew.
Oh.
Oh, it's been so long since I played this map.
So this is
Habitat
Habitat 2.
Habitat 2. No, this is the Habitat.
The habitationing.
Oh.
Uh,
Is it one of those things where it has like one title in the
Yes,
in
yes.
the will? Nice.
Originally, the swivel was Habitat 2, the habitationing, and Marchaic's like, we're not doing that, and I'm like, I will pull every single map if you don't have the habitationing, and Marchaic's like, I will compromise, you get the levels name and the swivel separately.
Oh
Good.
dear.
Principles matter.
It's the principle.
Classic libertarian.
Ow.
That's a lot of chain gunner. This already looks better than Habitat.
That's
not difficult.
to do.
Yeah, I know.
Who made the original Habitat? Wasn't Draco Bro, was it?
No, it was his only map in this set. It was some guy.
Yeah.
Habitat is by Christopher Buteau.
Buteau, there we go, yeah. I think he's
They-
got map
they
1
did
in
map
Icarus
1,
as well.
Yeah,
And,
And those
That's
were-
not a bad map.
and that's not a
those
bad
were
map,
the
yeah.
only
Very-
maps they ever released. Just those two.
Oh yeah. That's
Very strange. Hell of a glow up to get from Habitat to the shuttlecraft map from Icarus.
Yeah, that's
wow.
actually very surprising.
And they're very, very different. Very, very, very different.
I mean, the shuttlecraft map has like that room that just transforms completely as you walk into it, which is really interesting.
Yeah, yeah.
This is a
It's like-
mean start.
It's a very mean start. It's a very mean map in general.
Bloody hell.
Which is completely unexpected for me.
I saw your
Naturally.
pun. I saw your pun, Market Anarchy. Lance isn't that popular
I
a
didn't
name
spot
anymore,
it.
but in days past, people were called Lance a lot.
Good.
See, that only works in American dialect because it'd be.
No, that
wait,
still
no,
works.
it works
That still
because
works as a
it's-
British
It's
accent.
long.
You're
No,
just
because
pronouncing the name
you don't
differently.
call. I don't know if there's anybody who's actually called Lance. They're all called Lance.
I mean, Lance is how we would pronounce it, though.
I guess, but like, no, the names are, nouns suck.
So wait a minute. So wait, you'd say Lance, but not Lancelot?
No, I think I'd say Lance, but not fucking. I don't know anymore.
Is this the pasta problem?
Pizza, pasta, put it in the box.
I'm just dying. I think I'm overdue for today. All right, that was me just playing TNT 2 because it felt like fun to do that. Anyways, map 26 win. Can I please have map 26? That'd be really great.
We're all waiting.
We're all waiting for it. Anyways, yeah, big edit. Hey, y'all, thanks for reading, but I'd be remiss if I didn't point out there's a lot of good rebuttals to this and discussion happening past this post.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I don't know, I'm just with that. Egg Boy. As someone who's been mapping for a few years, this reads as a bit condescending. Suppose I'm not the target audience. Now off to make that My Little Pony X Final Fantasy crossover mod I've always wanted to make. Thank you, Egg Boy. Sarcasm is the best. Also, this person who just replied to you with rapper Yoda Mucho Texto.
What?
I read this in Yahtzee's voice. What do I know that name from?
All right, we don't have to
The
read the
escapist.
whole thread.
He's a YouTuber.
The hidden struggles of being a forum legend. The worst part is that I am one despite being an adult without a job. I'm reading the replies to you, Matt. You started this, so I'm reading them.
No, you didn't. No, you don't have to do this on stream.
I mean, we spent like 2.5 hours talking about this.
Yeah, you don't have to spend 3 hours.
But why not? Oh, Matt's got a lot of responses in this. Don't be too shy. My personal opinion is post my first map because, yeah, actually do that. Post your first map and take criticism with a grain of salt. Like, make content and put content into the world, and accept the feedback on that content, and move from there. 9-inch heels. Scoob Steve, is it time to recruit someone to help me with the Action Doom 1 remaster? Oh, Scuba, so funny. Bridge Burner, I'm going to have to disagree. Blah 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 blah. Started the Near Death Project. I forgot Kaika still exists. Remember when Kaika got himself needlessly banned for like flipping out over Home Improvement in a thread that had nothing to actually do with Home Improvement? That shit was amazing.
Lordy.
Anyways, everybody have yourself a great night. Enjoy your what day of the week is it? It is Tuesday.
I don't remember. Tuesday?
It's Tuesday.
Is it Tuesday?
It's Tuesday. It's raining all week. If you're in Southern California, if not, well, you don't exist. You're actually in a part of the world that doesn't actually exist. I'm sorry to break that to you.
Yep. Sounds spoken like a Californian. Yes.
Yeah. It's solipsism. Anything that is not directly in front of me doesn't exist.
It's different from the New Jerseyan point of view. For if any problems go wrong, it's because of out of townies.
Yeah, exactly. Anyways, everybody have yourself a wonderful evening and goodbye.
Have a good evening.
Take care, everybody.
Bye.